most valuable resource is the people, such as the people behind us right now. We are here today to say, Carlos, wake up. Look at what's going on. Look at what you do that's going to affect communities. It's going to affect cities and your workers and your customers. We're here to build quality vehicles. Belvidere is there, Warren Truck is there, and all the other plants that have secured this future thus far. We've built the vehicle 3 times in a row, Truck of the Year. What changed? That CEO, that greed. And greed is always the root of all evil. You know, today I stand here with one of our own, Scott, and I don't see Scott standing around. There you go. Unsung hero. Just like all the workers in there that you don't see, but you drive their vehicles out all day. This guy, as you guys have already heard, averted the kidnapping. You would never heard of him. He works every day, blue-collar worker, just like those that's in there working those lines. These are the people that Carlos needs to realize that his decisions affect everything that he does, affects us and the whole community. I want to say thank you, Scott, for your efforts. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Your membership, appreciate it. And to Carlos, this guy right here is a stand-up guy. Now we're asking you to stand up and do the right thing. With that being said, I'm going to invite Mike Hayes from 412. Come up and have a word, Brother Mike. Thank you, sir.
Greetings, everybody. I'd like to start by saying one thing that really pisses me off right now is that they're blaming the UAW worker for the trouble that this company's in, and that's the farthest from the truth. They seem to be on a collision course or a race to the bottom. They outsource work, they contract work, they send work outside this country to the cheapest bidder to increase their profits. What decision have they made that has benefited this company? Sales are down, margins down, profits are down. Every decision that this management team has made has failed. The only decision that seems successful to them is an increase to the CEO's wage by 56% to roughly $39 million. It has nothing to do with the UAW worker. I kind of feel it's ironic. At the same time that President Fain and our AA, Kevin Kaczynski, launched this campaign to wake this company up for violating an agreement that we mutually agreed to, isn't it kind of ironic that the Italian government has hit the company with ultimatums regarding failure to commit, regarding investment, as well as I understand the shareholders are suing them for providing false information. So, it's not the UAW worker. I was a negotiator last year, and we negotiated this contract with President Fain because of the neglect that we've had for several years, and we made a lot up. We negotiated the investment letter 311. The company is betraying us on letter 311, both in Belvidere and the Mopar facilities. Let's be, in my opinion, really honest. I don't think it's going to stop there. Letter 311 has, like I said, $18.9 billion worth of investment. When we were negotiating that agreement, you're in there negotiating for certainly wages and benefits. Wages and benefits are key, but without a job, wages and benefits don't mean anything. So we could have negotiated for job security, going backwards in time, maybe the job bank, severance packages, things like that. Instead, we forgoed that and we went for the investment. Investment equals jobs, right? What company is going to want to invest $19 billion and take the work out of the country? Apparently.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to clear the way and get rid of our final break here of this hour as we get you ready for some of the big news coming up in the next couple of hours, including coming up in just about 10 minutes, a major campaign announcement from RFK Jr. That is coming up. We have it for you in full when it does happen on Live Now from Fox, coming up in just moments. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you continuing to join us all in real time right here. And we are moments away from RFK Jr. out in Phoenix, Arizona, to be making a major campaign announcement that is slated to happen within the next 4 minutes or so right now. So we'll be keeping an eye on that for you. Once it does happen, we'll bring it to you all in real time right here on Live Now from Fox. We also have Donald Trump to be making remarks out in Las Vegas today, and that is coming up in the next hour. So we'll have that ready to go for you in just moments here. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to Sterling Heights, Michigan, where the UAW members are holding a rally. Let's listen on Live Now.
Mopar Mega Hub in the back in the Belvidere community. In 2025, they're supposed to put a stamping facility in the Belvidere community, and then in 2027, they're supposed to put a product in the Belvidere community once again. The company has pushed back and said they're not following through with any of those dates, any of those commitments, and that's why we're out here. It's all about Belvidere. Belvidere was taken off the map a handful of years back. In this contract, we bargained hard to bring that community back to life, and now, shortly after our contract's been ratified, the company's pushing back and saying they're not going to honor our commitment. So that's what this fight is all about. Within our contract, we have the rights to strike over these situations. I want to be clear, we have no intentions, and hopefully it doesn't lead to that. Our intentions is get this company to do what's right, and it's leadership at the top. I mean, you heard the name Carlos Tavares. He was supposed to be here today. That's what brought us here today. We wanted him to hear our message loud and clear of where we're coming from. We want him, as the leader of this company, to follow through and do what's right. I mean, we hear over and over again, you know, he wants to blame the auto worker for the problems. We are not the problem. You know, here's a guy that took a 56% raise in the last year, bringing his salary up to $39 million, and they complain about our raises of 25% in this last contract. Carlos Tavares, ever since he's taken over as leader, we've been going in a downward direction, and we just want him to step up and do what's right. So that's our message. We want to be heard loud and clear. I know last week, actually Local 1700 again hosted a meeting at their local hall with local leaders around the country, and the topic come up about the company violating this contract right now with these situations in Belvidere, and it was agreed across the board that all locals wanted to get behind and fight the situation and file grievances across the board. So moving forward, I know this past week we've had over a dozen major locals submit grievances to the company to force them to hopefully do what's right, and hopefully it doesn't lead to anything beyond them doing what's right. So again, we have the whole company across the board, all locals behind us, standing strong, and we're going to hopefully get, like I said, Tavares to do what's right. So again, everybody, what are we here for? We're here to keep the promise. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right.
Keep the promise. 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 Keep the promise.
I want to thank everybody.
UAW! Who are we? UAW! Who are we? UAW! Who are we? UAW! Who are we? UAW!
Hey, look, I want to thank everybody for coming out. I did reach out to International and the region to come out and support us because of our last meeting at the area Y, and then along with other things that's been happening locally. And if we'll need the support going forward.
All right, so that was UAW members out in Sterling Heights, Michigan, and we are getting ready for the major RFK Jr. announcement that is coming up here in just moments on Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you continuing to be with us all in real time right here. I'm your host, Mike Page. So coming up in just moments, we will be taking you out to Phoenix, Arizona, where RFK Jr. slated to make an announcement, and the rumors continue to swirl that he will be endorsing Donald Trump. We did learn yesterday that he made the proposal to take his name off of the Arizona ballot there. So that was granted by the Secretary of State. And now we wait for his announcement. And it should also be known that Donald Trump, of course, is in Las Vegas right now, set to make remarks in about an hour. But then after that, he is traveling out to Glendale, Arizona, where he is holding a rally. And his campaign announced yesterday that he would have a special guest. A lot of people thinking that that could be possibly RFK Jr. So we'll wait and see what comes of that. But again, it will all start with this announcement from RFK Jr. in just moments. So stay right here with us. As soon as it happens, we'll get you back out to this podium on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, I do want to take you out to Chicago, where earlier Chicago police as well as the mayor discussing the end of the DNC, talking about the security they had, protesters from the last 4 days, and so much more. Let's listen on Live Now.
Thinking about those faces and the pride on the faces of those men and women, knowing that they showed up and they protected people's rights and didn't violate any of it. This is a department that's transforming. I will not be moved. You will not break that down. My men and women stood strong, and they're going to continue to do it. So cast whatever you want on it. They protected this city, and they're going to continue to do it. And there isn't a traffic stop in the world that's going to change that. These individuals are working, they're being trained, they're being developed, and as we move, you will see this department continue to grow, and you will see it improve. You will see our relationships with community and community members improve. It has already started. So we can continue to talk about the past, but I don't live in the past. I work toward the future, and that's what everybody up here is doing right now. Is there another question?
Well, the question that I had, or my story, was for the mayor. And Mayor, you kind of reflected a little bit on how the convention went. I guess the first half of the question is, on a political side, obviously you were there, I assume, every night. How are you feeling about Kamala Harris and how this positions the Democratic Party going forward?
Well, you know, it's a very healthy question. It's a vibrant one, in fact. The American people need government to work, not bicker, not attack. And what the world experienced, what the people of America experienced, was a disciplined, balanced presentation from the wide range of political views. I mean, Republicans spoke at our convention. The delegates of this convention, the most diverse delegation in the history, from our, individuals with disabilities to a Native American caucus, I believe the first time in the history of the DNC. And so I just think from a political context is that the strength of the globe, it really is contingent upon our democracy in this experience here thriving, I should say. So I hope it gets at it. It's as a social studies teacher, I wish I was starting school on Monday. I mean, this is how the first day of school would start for me, which I'm really proud of my son, who happens to be taking AP government. Good luck, son. But yeah, it's just politically, I mean, it's just one of those things that I think all of us in this room, I say this with a great deal of humility, we will be primary sources one day to some college kid 20, 30 years from now. Well, at least some of us will be, that will come and ask us, what that moment was like and what it felt like and how it shifted to the trajectory of America. I mean, this is the party, the only party, by the way, which the city of Chicago led. It's the only party that condemned terrorism and has called for the immediate release of hostages and for a ceasefire permanently. That really sums it up, that all of our interests can live in a space that we call America. What a beautiful story. Have fun, social studies teachers.
Again, the other side, I guess, was more on, in many ways, this convention was putting Chicago's reputation sort of on the line. The way things were handled, that was all talked about earlier. What do you think this does to Chicago's reputation, and what are you hearing from people that you spoke to about how they viewed Chicago compared to perhaps the reputation they thought coming in?
Yeah, okay, I get it. That's a really good question. Look, I think for Chicagoans, you know, there's a sense of pride that we have. When people underestimate us, you have to understand who's on this stage, you all. Like, we're not just like government officials. We're fathers, mothers, aunts, cousins. Like, our family, you know, look us in the eyes every single day to make sure that we're okay. I know that's true. And this stage and workers all over the city have the same experience. Whether you're getting ready to go out and drive a bus or put together a lesson plan or provide child care services or to show up at a police district or, you know, a firehouse, wherever you are, street sanitation, garbage truck, people look us in the face every single morning and we go out and we do the thing, right? And so what the reputation that Chicago has had from Chicagoans, all it allowed us to do is to look each other in the face like we always do and say, get back out there and do it again. Now, as far as the world is concerned, yeah, look, I think it's pretty clear people fell back in love with Chicago. They fell back in love with Chicago. I keep telling you, this is the great love story. The probability of Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable and Kitty Waha meeting from different parts of the world. And now the city of Chicago is at the center of it. Carnegie Steel, the working man woman's car was built here. Electricity came to life. Quantum computing, a new form of technology that's going to revolutionize how we deal with traffic issues or Alzheimer's. That's happening in Chicago. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to have to build more affordable housing because more people are coming.
Mayor, kind of as a follow-up to that, I mean, to what extent did you feel...
All right, everyone, you are listening there to the Chicago mayor from earlier, and we take you now full out to Phoenix, Arizona, still waiting for RFK Jr. to make that major announcement. Let's take a 2-minute break, and when we come back, we will continue to give you more updates and top stories as we await RFK Jr. out in Arizona. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, if you thought you had enough caffeine today and now you're looking at this video, you're probably wrong here, because you're taking a live look here in Finland for the World Guitar Hero Tournament. And yeah, this one is just action-packed right now. This has been going on since 1996, a huge tournament. And yeah, they are bringing all of the flair that you could imagine when you combine heavy doses of caffeine and just the willingness to want to rock and roll there. Guitar Hero, big tournament out in Finland, going on since 1996 there. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks again for joining us, as always, on Live Now from Fox, where we continue to wait for some big moments here coming out of Phoenix, Arizona. This is the look right now that we are awaiting RFK Jr. to make a major campaign announcement, and we are about 12 minutes late here on this one. We'll see when RFK Jr. comes to the podium. Of course, we'll show it to you in full on Live Now from Fox. We're also monitoring out in Las Vegas, where Donald Trump is expected in the next 45 minutes or so to be making some campaign remarks there before getting on his plane and coming to Glendale, Arizona. So it is going to be a busy afternoon and evening right here on Live Now from Fox, and we'll be bringing you all of these live events just like we always do right here for you. So as soon as RFK Jr. comes to the podium, we will bring that to you again on Live Now from Fox. I do want to play out some of the remarks from earlier. The Fed Chair Jerome Powell making some policy remarks here and making some big news, saying that the time has come for interest rates to come down. So the next one would be in September. Let's listen on Live Now.
And those that prevailed before the pandemic. Supply constraints have normalized, and the balance of risks to our two mandates has changed. Our objective has been to restore price stability while maintaining a strong labor market, avoiding the sharp increases in unemployment that characterized earlier disinflationary episodes when inflation expectations were less well anchored. While the task is not complete, we have made a good deal of progress toward that outcome. Today, I will begin by addressing the current economic situation and the path ahead for monetary policy. I will then turn to a discussion of economic events since the pandemic arrived, exploring why inflation rose to levels not seen in a generation and why it has fallen so much while unemployment has remained low. So let's begin with the current situation and the near-term outlook for policy. For much of the past 3 years, inflation ran well above our 2% goal, and labor market conditions were extremely tight. The FOMC's primary focus has been on bringing down inflation, and appropriately so. Prior to this episode, most Americans alive today had not experienced the pain of high inflation for a sustained period. Inflation brought substantial hardship, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials, like food, housing, and transportation. High inflation triggered stress and a sense of unfairness that linger today. Our restrictive monetary policy helped restore balance between aggregate supply and demand, easing inflationary pressures and ensuring that inflation expectations remained well anchored. Inflation is now much closer to our objective, with prices having risen 2.5% over the past 12 months. After a pause earlier this year, progress toward our 2% objective has resumed. My confidence has grown that inflation is on a sustainable path back to 2%. Turning to employment, in the years just prior to the pandemic, we saw the significant benefits to society that can come from a long period of strong labor market conditions. Low unemployment, high participation, historically low racial employment gaps, and with inflation low and stable, healthy real wage gains that were increasing.
That was Fed Chair Jerome Powell there making those remarks earlier today, and you are seeing the Dow Jones reacting right now to his remarks from earlier, surging right now as the Dow and S&P 500 are flirting with record closes after Fed Chair Jerome Powell said the time has come for a policy change on interest rates there. So what we want to do is take another 2-minute break, get another one out of the way before RFK Jr. comes to the podium. We've got you covered here on Live Now from Fox. We're also monitoring some early remarks from people before Donald Trump speaks out in Las Vegas, setting up to be a busy couple of hours here on Live Now. We'll be back in just 2. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you the very latest here. Still waiting on RFK Jr. to make his announcement right here. We are getting some breaking news that we want to bring to you from the AP ahead of his speech. Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says in a Pennsylvania court filing that he will be endorsing Donald Trump there. So that was some of the speculation, of course, that was making the rounds as early as just a couple of days ago. And now from the AP there, from that Pennsylvania court filing, that he will be endorsing Donald Trump there. So that is the big news. And of course, we will be hearing it from RFK Jr. in just moments. And of course, this will now paint the picture then of Trump versus Harris really solely. And we'll see if Trump will be getting any points ahead of this big endorsement coming from RFK Jr., or will it move the needle at all there? So we'll be talking to some political analysts throughout the day as well to see if that will move the needle here as well. We're also getting some new updates regarding RFK Jr.'s address to the nation, now expected in the next 25 minutes here. So it was going to happen right at the top of the hour. Now that has changed to about 25 minutes from now. But again, the big news, RFK Jr. will be endorsing Donald Trump. And that was what a lot of people were speculating, because it was happening in Phoenix, Arizona. We know that Donald Trump is coming here for a rally. And then just yesterday, Donald Trump and his campaign putting out the announcement that he would have a very special guest at this rally. And a lot of people were thinking that it was going to be RFK Jr. there as well. So big news coming this top of the hour here on Live Now from Fox, 2 p.m. Eastern hour, 11 a.m. hour here on the West Coast, learning of the news that in about 25 minutes, we will hear from RFK Jr. out in Phoenix, Arizona, where that has been just a little bit delayed. Let's go out right now, though, to Las Vegas area, where we will be hearing from Donald Trump. And, of course, you know he'll be making some remarks off the top about this upcoming endorsement as well when we do see him. But let's listen here as we have several speakers ahead of Donald Trump right here on Live Now from Fox.
And I want Donald Trump, and I'm going to beg him, please do America great again.
Hello out there. My name is Nicole, and I am a wife. I am a mom to 7 kids from ages 8 months to 16 years, and I am a bartender on the Las Vegas Strip. I love my job. I have worked at my location for over 15 years, and I love meeting people from all over the world, and it gives me great flexibility as a mom of a lot of kids, and I'm also a homeschool mom. However, lately, with the spiraling inflation directly tied to the disastrous policies of the Biden-Harris regime, the cost of living and my large family are feeling the pinch. And I know everybody here is too. So my husband's in real estate, and he's feeling the slowdown with the hiked interest rates, and my paycheck is even more important. I had to return to work a lot sooner than planned after my 9-month-old baby was born 8 weeks prematurely last November because of the economy. And when my daughter was born in 2019, I was able to stay home a lot longer with her, and it's just crazy how quickly the economy changed and turned around in that short amount of time in a bad way. The increased cost means that our family has had to cut back on extras like my girls taking gymnastics, my 6-year-old doing flag football, due to the economy. It's just financing a vehicle is difficult, and we're relying on one vehicle for 2 working parents. When I look at my check and see that not only am I getting taxed on my wages, but I'm getting taxed on tips, it's so frustrating. In 2021, the IRS came in and observed all of our shifts on the Strip after the COVID pandemic, and they raised our tip allocation a significant margin, and it's not keeping the pace with inflation. So we're getting taxed on tips at a much higher rate than we used to prior to COVID. So we made a little bit of a big deal about it, and our do-nothing senators, Crazy Kathy and Wacky Jackie, wrote a very unserious letter to the IRS saying that they were going to help. Nothing ever materialized, and inflation keeps climbing. And then Joe Biden decides to hire 88,000 new IRS agents to go after working moms and dads like myself, especially those of us in the service industry with the Inflation Reduction Act. Boo! I heard the idea of no tax on tips being floated around at a Trump training rally, and I was immediately intrigued. Being in the service industry, I feel this is a wonderful idea, and being able to keep the money in my own family's pockets rather than the federal government would make a huge difference in my life and the lives of those in my community. I heard President Trump articulate this policy at a rally I was volunteering for in June, and I screamed in delight. Hearing it from the president himself was amazing, and I'm here today to urge all of you to vote for President Trump for much needed economic relief, to volunteer to get out the vote, to register everybody you know, and tell all your friends and family to fight, fight, fight. Thank you.
All right, you are listening to some speakers ahead of Donald Trump out in Las Vegas for his No Tax on Tips campaign event. And now we are learning through a court filing out in Pennsylvania that RFK Jr. will endorse Donald Trump for president here, and he is making his remarks coming up in about 20 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. So we again will be bringing that to you when it does happen. And the big news coming from the AP reporting this out just moments ago. Ahead of his speech, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says in a Pennsylvania court filing that he will be endorsing Donald Trump. Let's take another 2-minute break. We'll try to get as many as we can before RFK Jr. so we do not have to interrupt that for anyone right here on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to join us all in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us as always. Okay, we are just moments away from RFK Jr. to make that announcement and endorse Donald Trump there. We are learning from the AP that it is already in the works here from a Pennsylvania court filing. RFK Jr. already announcing that he will be endorsing Donald Trump here in this campaign shakeup here. So here's the live look that we have here for you in Phoenix, Arizona. If you're just joining us here and you're wondering, oh, wait, did I miss it? No, you did not miss anything here. It was slated to happen about 30 minutes ago, but the campaign there for RFK Jr. says, hold on, we need a little bit more time. So it is coming up in the next 15 minutes, and it's setting up really going to be a busy afternoon here on Live Now from Fox because then we will have this RFK Jr. announcement, and then we will have Donald Trump speaking out in Las Vegas on his no tax on tips campaign event here. So what Donald Trump is trying to do is stop that momentum that has happened for Kamala Harris leading up the last 4 days. Really, you remember the DNC, of course, in Chicago there, and really trying to be a momentum stopper. So coming up in just a little bit, we'll be talking to political analyst Brian Sobel a little bit more about this, about the big endorsement. Will it move the needle at all for Donald Trump there as he is going face-to-face in these these tight battleground states like in Arizona. And we saw the poll numbers where it is very tight in these battleground states. Let me know what you think here on Live Now from Fox. And do you think that this RFK Jr. Announcement, campaign endorsement for Donald Trump will move the needle in Donald Trump's favor there. So I'd love to hear from you as always, and could be reading some of that out for you a little bit later too. All right, so we have one more break to get to in this hour. Let's just get it out of the way now because we know of the many different events that we'll have coming up in the next 15 minutes. So let's get the last one out. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us, as always, bringing you these top stories and headlines from all over the country. And, folks, we got a lot of news to come and get to. If you're just joining us, we are still waiting on RFK Jr. to make his campaign announcement, and we do know what that is going to be. He is going to drop out and endorse Donald Trump. Here's the live look right now in Phoenix as we await RFK Jr., expected in the next 15 minutes. We are also keeping an eye right now out in Las Vegas. Donald Trump will be speaking in about 30 minutes on his No Tax on Tips event. And then a little bit later, 7 p.m. Eastern, out in Glendale, Arizona, that you see the shot right here, Donald Trump will be making a big rally out in Glendale here. So a lot of news here to always get to right here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to continue to focus on this RFK Jr. endorsement, his remarks coming up in just moments, everybody. But I want to bring in our next guest here on Live Now from Fox, a friend of the program, Brian Sobel. Thanks so much for joining us, political analyst. Happy Friday to you. And what big news coming here from RFK Jr. endorsing Donald Trump. All right, hold on one second, Brian. It looks like there was a little audio issue, and we were trying to get that going here for you. So hold on one second. I do want to show everyone some other news as well from Attorney General Merrick Garland talking about the 5 Secret Service agents that have been put on leave following the Donald Trump shooting investigation. Let's listen right here.
5 Secret Service agents who were associated with the Butler rally were put on administrative leave. First of all, do you have a reaction to that? And secondly, could there be any criminal charges? Can anyone face criminal charges because of the security failure that day?
I don't know anything about the particular disciplinary actions that are being taken. I think the most that I can say is what the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security and the acting director of the Secret Service have said, which is this was a security failure, and there is both an internal and an external independent investigation of what happened that the Secretary of Transportation has set up, and there's a congressional task force on the same subject. Hopefully and I know that they will provide lessons learned to prevent such a failure from happening in the future.
Great, thank you, everyone.
All right, so those were the brief remarks from Attorney General Merrick Garland, and we'll be continuing to see what the remarks here from Donald Trump will be, if he'll talk anything about that investigation as well. So we're going to continue to follow always the very latest here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, awaiting RFK Jr. announcement to endorse Donald Trump coming up in just moments on Live Now from Fox. And now we want to play out just a little bit of Chicago police giving their latest assessment as the DNC is now over.
I didn't sleep at all last night because I stayed up all night thinking about those faces and the pride on the faces of those men and women, knowing that they showed up and they protected people's rights and didn't violate any of it. This is a department that's transforming. I will not be moved. You will not break that down. My men and women stood strong, and they're going to continue to do it. So cast whatever you want on it. They protected this city, and they're going to continue to do it. And there isn't a traffic stop in the world that's going to change that. These individuals are working, they're being trained, they're being developed. And as we move, you will see this department continue to grow, and you will see it improve. You will see our relationships with community and community members improve. It has already started. So we can continue to talk about the past, but I don't live in the past. I work toward the future, and that's what everybody up here is doing right now. Is there another question?
Well, the question that I had, or my story, was for the mayor. And Mayor, you kind of reflected a little bit on how the convention went. I guess the first half of the question is, on a political side, obviously you were there, I assume, every night. How are you feeling about Kamala Harris and how this positions the Democratic Party going forward?
Well, you know, it's a very healthy question. It's a vibrant one, in fact. The American people need government to work, not bicker, not attack. And what the world experienced, what the people of America experienced, was a disciplined, balanced presentation from the wide range of political views. I mean, Republicans spoke at our convention. The delegates of this convention, the most diverse delegation in the history, from our, individuals with disabilities to a Native American caucus, I believe the first time in the history of the DNC. And so I just think from a political context is that the strength.
All right, everyone, that was Chicago police giving their latest assessment there on the wrap-up of the DNC and security measures that were put in place there. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks again for joining us, as always, on Live Now from Fox. We are moments away from a major RFK Jr. announcement endorsing Donald Trump here. That is coming up in Phoenix in just moments. But also, we are keeping an eye on Glendale, Arizona, because that is where Donald Trump is going to be holding his rally later today at about 7 p.m. Eastern. And of course, we'll have it for you here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to go out right now to Glendale, Arizona. That is where we have Fox 10 Phoenix's Dominic Newland joining us here right outside of the venue. And Dominic, people have been lined up for hours.
Hours, I would say. Hey there, Mike. Good to be with you. Yeah, people I've spoke with here, they have been lined up since last night. It is a sea of Trump supporters here outside of Diamond Arena here in Glendale. So I want to give you a look at the situation currently. So as you can see, a lot of people decked out in their Trump gear as well. And currently they're in line, and this line pans all the way down the sidewalk and wraps around in order to enter the arena. So folks I spoke with, they have been some locals who are locals here to Arizona. Some have come from out of state, but they have been camped out outside of the Renaissance Hotel, which is just nearby to the arena, since 5 o'clock last night, some even earlier, just to get their chance inside to hear from former President Donald Trump. Now, also keep in mind, we are in Glendale. We are in the middle of August right now. It's hot out here. It's close to 100 degrees if it's not already. So staying hydrated, being safe in this heat while all of these bodies are outside is crucial too. We just saw before coming out to you live an ambulance here loading somebody into the back of the truck, whether it was heat-related illness or medical emergency, whatever it was. It's hot out here, so that of course is of top concern for a lot of these folks, handing out water to one another to make sure everybody is safe and makes it inside. But once again, you know, the gates here, they opened about 30 minutes ago at around 11 a.m. But like I said, just being out here since around 3:30 this morning, we just saw the sidewalks lined up of people with foldable chairs. They, at one point, a little bit later on in the afternoon, they were letting them inside of a conference area just to let them cool off. Due to this heat, they were only allowed to bring in water bottles. They had to keep their chairs, signs, everything else outside. But there were so many people lined up just hours and hours beforehand. Police were letting them just to come in and come through just to cool down a little bit. So once again, it's been a very busy morning. It will be an even busier afternoon as we await the arrival of former President Donald Trump here at Desert Diamond Arena in Glendale. But a lot of people lined up to hear from the former president later on this evening, Mike.
Yeah, Dominic, and all eyes are really going to be on Arizona, because coming up in just moments, we are going to be taking everyone out to RFK Jr., going to be endorsing Donald Trump. And there's a lot of speculation that we'll see RFK Jr. later in Glendale with Donald.
Oh, absolutely. And too, you know, I think that as well, it's getting more supporters this way too. I even asked some people that I spoke with about his running mate, J.D. Vance, and a lot of people say they just want to see them, you know, up and personal. This might be a last time they can do so. So, like I said, a lot of folks making the trek here from out of state, California, San Diego as well. So, yeah, it's a lot of anticipation for sure ahead of today.
Really, really is. Dominic Newland with Fox 10 Phoenix out in Glendale. Thanks so much for giving us a preview of tonight's big rally. We appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks, Mike.
And you are continuing to watch with us here on Live Now from Fox. A lot of different moving events happening right now. Again, we are just moments away, everybody, from RFK Jr. to be endorsing Donald Trump here coming up. And it looks like we have some speakers. Yep, there is RFK Jr. Let's listen on Live Now.
Welcome so much for being here. I'd like to introduce everyone to bring on Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
I'm sorry to keep everybody waiting. 16 months ago, in April of 2023, I launched my campaign for President of the United States. I began this journey as a Democrat, the party of my father, my uncle, the party which I pledged my own allegiance to long before I was old enough to vote. I attended my first Democratic convention at the age of 6 in 1960. And back then, the Democrats were the champions of the Constitution, of civil rights. The Democrats stood against authoritarianism, against censorship, against colonialism, imperialism, and unjust wars. We were the party of labor, of the working class. The Democrats were the party of government transparency and the champion of the environment. Our party was the bulwark against big money interests and corporate power. True to its name, it was the party of democracy. As you know, I left that party in October because it had departed so dramatically from the core values that I grew up with. It had become the party of war, censorship, corruption, big pharma, big tech, big ag, and big money. When it abandoned democracy by canceling the primary to conceal the cognitive decline of the sitting president, I left the party to run as an independent. The mainstream of American politics and journalism derided my decision. Conventional wisdom said that it would be impossible even to get on the ballot as an independent because each state poses an insurmountable tangle of arbitrary rules for collecting signatures. I would need over 1 million signatures, something no presidential candidate in history had ever achieved. And then I'd need a team of attorneys and millions of dollars to handle all the legal challenges from the DNC. The naysayers told us that we were climbing a glass version of Mount Impossible. So the first thing I want to tell you is that we proved them wrong. We did it because beneath the radar of mainstream media organs, we inspired a massive independent political movement. More than 100,000 volunteers sprang into action, hopeful that they could reverse our nation's decline. Many worked 10-hour days, sometimes in blizzards and blazing heat. They sacrificed family time, personal commitments, and sleep month after month, energized by a shared vision of a nation healed of its divisions. They set up tables at churches and farmers' markets. They canvassed door to door. In Utah and in New Hampshire, volunteers collected signatures in snowstorms, convincing each supporter to stop in the frigid cold, to take off their gloves, and to sign legibly. During a heat wave in Nevada, I met a tall, athletic volunteer who cheerfully told me that he had lost 25 pounds collecting signatures in 117-degree heat. To finance this effort, young Americans donated their lunch money, and senior citizens gave up part of their Social Security checks. Our 50-state organization collected those millions of signatures and more. No presidential campaign in American political history has ever done that. And so I want to thank all of those dedicated volunteers and congratulate the campaign staff who coordinated this enormous logistical feat. Your accomplishments were regarded as impossible. You carried me up that glass mountain. You pulled off a miracle. You achieved what all the pundits said could never be done. You have my deepest gratitude, and I'm never going to forget that, not just for what you did for my campaign, but for the sacrifices you made because you love our country. You showed everyone that democracy is still possible here. It continues to survive in the press and in the idealistic human energies that still thrive beneath a canvas of neglect and of official and institutional corruption. Today, I'm here to tell you that I will not allow your efforts to go to waste. I'm here to tell you that I will leverage your tremendous accomplishments to serve the ideals that we share, the ideals of peace, of prosperity, of freedom, of health, all the ideals that motivated my campaign. I'm here today to describe the path forward that you've opened with your commitment and with your hard labors. Now, in an honest system, I believe that I would have won the election. In a system the kind that my father and my uncles thrived in, a system with open debates with fair primaries, with regularly scheduled debates, with fair primaries, and with a truly independent media untainted by government propaganda and censorship, in a system of nonpartisan courts and election boards, everything would be different. After all, the polls consistently showed me beating each of the other candidates, both in favorability and also in head-to-head matchups. But I'm sorry to say that while democracy may still be alive at the grassroots, it has become little more than a slogan for our political institutions, for our media, and for our government, and most sadly at all for me, for the Democratic Party. In the name of saving democracy, the Democratic Party set itself to dismantling it, lacking confidence in its candidate, that its candidate could win in a fair election at the voting booth. The DNC waged continual legal warfare against both President Trump and myself. Each time that our volunteers turned in those towering boxes of signatures needed to get on the ballot, the DNC dragged us into court, state after state, attempting to erase their work and to subvert the will of the voters who had signed those petitions. It deployed DNC-aligned judges to throw me and other candidates off the ballot and to throw President Trump in jail. It ran a sham primary that was rigged to prevent any serious challenge to President Biden. Then, when a predictably bungled debate performance precipitated the palace coup against President Biden, the same shadowy DNC operatives appointed his successor, also without an election. They installed a candidate who was so unpopular with voters that she dropped out in 2020 without winning a single delegate. My uncle and my father both relished debate. They prided themselves on their capacity to go toe-to-toe with any opponent in the battle over ideas. They would be astonished to learn of a Democratic Party presidential nominee who, like Vice President Harris, has not appeared in a single interview or an unscripted encounter with voters for 35 days. This is profoundly undemocratic. How are people to choose when they don't know whom they are choosing? And how can this look to the rest of the world? My father and my uncle were always conscious of America's image abroad because of our nation's role as the template for democracy, the role model for democratic processes, and the leader of the free world. Instead of showing us her substance and character, the DNC and its media organs engineered a surge of popularity for Vice President Harris based upon, well, nothing. No policies, no interviews, no debates, only smoke and mirrors and balloons in a highly produced Chicago circus. There in Chicago, a string of Democratic speakers mentioned Donald Trump 147 times just on the first day. Oh, who needs a policy when you have Trump to hate? In contrast, at the RNC convention, President Biden was mentioned only twice in 4 days. I do interviews every day. Many of you have interviewed me. Anybody who asks gets to interview me. Some days I do as many as 10. President Trump, who actually was nominated and won an election, also does interviews daily. How did the Democratic Party choose a candidate that has never done an interview or debate during the entire election cycle? We know the answers. They did it by weaponizing the government agencies. They did it by abandoning democracy. They did it by suing the opposition and by disenfranchising American voters. What most alarms me isn't how the Democratic Party conducts its internal affairs or runs its candidates. What alarms me is the resort to censorship and media control and the weaponization of the federal agencies. When a U.S. president colludes with or outright coerces media companies to censor political speech. It's an attack on our most sacred right of free expression, and that's the very right upon which all of our other constitutional rights rest. President Biden mocked Vladimir Putin's 88% landslide in the Russian elections, observing that Putin and his party controlled the Russian press, and that Putin prevented serious opponents from appearing on the ballot. But here in America, the DNC also prevented opponents from appearing on the ballot. And our television networks exposed themselves as Democratic Party organs over the course of more than a year in a campaign where my poll numbers reached at times in the high 20s. The DNC-aligned mainstream media networks maintain a near perfect embargo on interviews with me. During his 10-month presidential campaign in 1992, Ross Perot gave 34 interviews on mainstream networks. In contrast, during the 16 months since I declared, ABC, NBC, CBS, MSNBC, and CNN combined gave only 2 live interviews from me. Those networks instead ran a continuous deluge of hit pieces with inaccurate, often vile, pejoratives and defamatory smears. Some of those same networks and colluded with the DNC to keep me off the debate stage. Representatives of those networks are in this room right now, and I'll just take a moment to ask you to consider the many ways that your institutions have abdicated this really sacred responsibility, the duty of a free press to safeguard democracy and to challenge always the party in power. Instead of maintaining that posture of fierce skepticism toward authority, your institutions have made themselves government mouthpieces and stenographers for the organs of power. You didn't alone cause the devolution of American democracy, but you could have prevented it. The Democratic Party's censorship of social media was even more of a naked exercise of executive power. This week, a federal judge, Terry Doty, upheld my injunction against President Biden, calling the White House's censorship project, quote, the most egregious violation of the First Amendment in the history of the United States of America. Doty's previous 155-page decision details how just 37 hours after he took the oath of office, swearing to uphold the Constitution, President Biden and his White House opened up a portal and then invited the CIA, the FBI, CISA, which is a censorship agency, it's the center of the censorship industrial complex, DHS, the IRS, and other agencies to censor me and other political dissidents on social media. Even today, users who try to post my campaign videos to Facebook or YouTube get messages that this content violates community standards. 2 days after Judge Doty rendered his decision this week, Facebook was still attaching warning labels to an online petition calling on ABC to include me in the upcoming debate. They said that violates community standards, their community standards. The mainstream media was once the guardian of the First Amendment and democratic principles, and it's joined this systemic attack on democracy. It also, the media justifies their censorship on the grounds of combating misinformation, but governments and oppressors don't censor lies. They don't fear lies. They fear the truth, and that's what they censor. And I don't want any of this to sound like a personal complaint, because it's not. For me, it's all part of a journey, and it's a journey that I signed up with. But I need to make these observations because I think they're critical for us doing the thing that we need to do as citizens in a democracy to assess where we are in this country and what our democracy still looks like, and the assumptions about U.S. leadership around the globe. And are we living up? Are we really still a role model for democracy in this country? Or have we made it, a kind of a joke? And here's the good news. While mainstream outlets denied me a critical platform, they didn't shut down my ideas, which have especially flourished among young voters and independent voters, thanks to the alternative media. Many months ago, I promised the American people that I would withdraw from the race if I became a spoiler. A spoiler is someone who will alter the outcome of the election but has no chance of winning. In my heart, I no longer believe that I have a realistic path to electoral victory in the face of this relentless systematic censorship and media control. So I cannot in good conscience ask my staff and volunteers to keep working their long hours or ask my donors to keep giving when I cannot honestly tell them that I have a real path to the White House. Furthermore, our polling consistently showed that by staying on the ballot in the battleground states, I would likely hand the election over to the Democrats, with whom I disagree on the most existential issues: censorship, war, and chronic disease. I want everyone to know that I am not terminating my campaign. I am simply suspending it and not ending it. My name will remain on the ballot in most states. If you live in a blue state, you can vote for me without harming or helping President Trump or Vice President Harris. In red states, the same will apply. I encourage you to vote for me. And if enough of you do vote for me, and neither of the major party candidates win 270 votes, which is quite possible, in fact, today our polling shows them tying at 269 to 269, and I could conceivably still end up in the White House in a contingent election. But in about 10 battleground states where my presence would be a spoiler, I'm going to remove my name. And I've already started that process and urge voters not to vote for me. It's with a sense of victory and not defeat that I'm suspending my campaign activities. Not only did we do the impossible by collecting 1 million signatures, we changed the national political conversation forever. Chronic disease, free speech, government corruption, breaking our addiction to war have moved to the center of politics. I can say to all who have worked so hard the last year and a half, thank you for a job well done. 3 great causes drove me to enter this race in the first place, primarily. And these are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent. And now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, the war in Ukraine, and the war on our children. I've already described some of my personal experiences and struggles with the government's censorship industrial complex. I want to say a word about the Ukraine war. The military industrial complex has provided us with a familiar comic book justification, like they do on every war, that this one is a noble effort to stop a supervillain, Vladimir Putin, from invading the Ukraine and then to thwart his Hitler-like march across Europe. In fact, tiny Ukraine is a proxy in a geopolitical struggle initiated by the ambitions of the U.S. neocons for American global hegemony. I'm not excusing Putin for invading Ukraine. He had other options. But the war is Russia's predictable response to the reckless neocon project of extending NATO to encircle Russia, a hostile act. The credulous media rarely explain to Americans that we unilaterally walked away from 2 intermediate nuclear weapons treaties with Russia and then put nuclear-ready Aegis missile systems in Romania and Poland. This is a hostile act. And that the Biden White House repeatedly spurned Russia's offer to settle this war peacefully. The Ukraine war began in 2014 when U.S. agencies overthrew the democratically elected government of Ukraine and installed a hand-picked pro-Western government that launched a deadly civil war against ethnic Russians in Ukraine. In 2019, America walked away from a peace treaty, the Minsk Agreement, that had been negotiated between Russia and Ukraine by European nations. And then in April of 2022, we wanted the war. In April of 2022, President Biden sent Boris Johnson to Ukraine to force President Zelensky to tear up a peace agreement that he and the Russians had already signed, and the Russians were withdrawing troops from Kiev and Donbass and Lugansk. And that peace agreement would have brought peace to the region and would have allowed Donbass and Lugansk to remain part of Ukraine. President Biden stated that month that his objective in the war was regime change in Russia. His Defense Secretary, Lloyd Austin, simultaneously explained that America's purpose in the war was to exhaust the Russian army, to degrade its capacity to fight anywhere else in the world. These objectives, of course, have nothing to do with what they were telling Americans about protecting Ukraine's sovereignty. Ukraine is a victim in this war, and it's a victim of the West. Since then, of Russia and both Russia and the West. Since then, we have, since tearing up that agreement, forcing Zelensky to tear up the agreement, we've squandered the flower of Ukrainian youth, as many as 600,000 Ukrainian kids, and over 100,000 Russian kids, all of whom we should be mourning, have died, and the Ukraine's infrastructure is destroyed. The war has been a disaster for our country as well. We squandered nearly $200 billion already, and these are badly needed dollars in our communities, suffering communities all over our country. The Nord Stream pipeline sabotage and the sanctions have destroyed Europe's industrial base, which formed the bulwark of U.S. national security. A strong Germany with a strong industry is a much stronger deterrent to Russia, and a Germany that is deindustrialized and turned into just an extension of U.S. military base. We've pushed Russia into a disastrous alliance with China and Iran. We're closer to the brink of nuclear exchange than at any time since 1962. And the neocons in the White House don't seem to care at all. Our moral authority and our economy are in shambles. And the war gave rise to the emergence of BRICS, which now threatens to replace the dollar as the global reserve currency. This is a first-class calamity for our country. Judging by her bellicose, belligerent speech last night in Chicago, we can assume that President Harris will be an enthusiastic advocate for this and other neocon military adventures. And President Trump says that he will reopen negotiations with President Putin and end the war overnight as soon as he becomes president. This alone would justify my support for his campaign. Last summer, it looked like no candidate was willing to negotiate a quick end to the Ukraine war, to tackle chronic disease epidemic, to protect free speech, our constitutional freedoms, to clean corporate influence out of our government, or to defy the neocons and their agenda of endless military adventurism. But now one of the two candidates has adopted these issues as his own, to the point where he has asked to enlist me in his administration. I'm speaking, of course, of Donald Trump. Less than 2 hours after President Trump narrowly escaped assassination, Callie Means called me on my cell phone. I was then in Las Vegas. Callie is arguably the leading advocate for food safety, for soil regeneration, and for ending the chronic disease epidemic that is destroying America's health and ruining our economy. Callie has exposed the insidious corruption at the FDA, the NIH, the HHS, and the USDA that has caused the epidemic. Callie had been working on and off for my campaign, advising me on those subjects since the beginning. And those subjects have been my primary focus for the last 20 years. I was delighted when Callie told me that day that he had also been advising President Trump. He told me President Trump was anxious to talk to me about chronic disease and other subjects and to explore avenues of cooperation. He asked if I would take a call from the president. President Trump telephoned me a few minutes later, and I met with him the following day. A few weeks later, I met again with President Trump and his family members and closest advisors in Florida. In a series of long, intense discussions, I was surprised to discover that we are aligned on many key issues. In those meetings, he suggested that we join forces as a unity party. We talked about Abraham Lincoln's team of rivals. That arrangement would allow us to disagree publicly and privately, and fiercely if need be, on issues over which we differ, while working together on the existential issues upon which we are in concordance. I was a ferocious critic of many of the policies during his first administration, and there are still issues and approaches upon which we continue to have very serious differences. But we are aligned with each other on other key issues, like ending the forever wars, ending the childhood disease epidemics, securing the border, protecting freedom of speech, unraveling the corporate capture of our regulatory agencies, getting the U.S. intelligence agencies out of the business of propagandizing and censoring and surveilling Americans and interfering with our elections. Following my first discussion with President Trump, I tried unsuccessfully to open similar discussions with Vice President Harris. Vice President Harris declined to meet or even to speak with me. Suspending my candidacy is a heart-rending decision for me, but I'm convinced that it's the best hope for ending the Ukraine war and ending the chronic disease epidemic that is eroding our nation's vitality from the inside, and for finally protecting free speech. I feel a moral obligation to use this opportunity to save millions of American children above all things. In case some of you don't realize how dire the condition is of our children's health and chronic disease in general, I would urge you to view Dr. Carlson's recent interview with Callie Means and his sister, Dr. Casey Means, who is the top graduate of her class at Stanford Medical School. This is an issue that affects all of us far more directly and urgently than any culture war issue, and all the other issues that we obsess on and that are tearing apart our country. This is the most important issue. Therefore, it has the potential to bring us together. So let me share a little bit about why I believe it's so urgent. Today, 2/3, we spend more on healthcare than any country on earth, twice what they pay in Europe. And yet we have the worst health outcomes of any nation in the world. We're about 79th in health outcomes behind Costa Rica and Nicaragua and Mongolia and other countries. Nobody has a chronic disease burden like we have. And during the COVID epidemic, we had the highest body count of any country in the world. We had 16% of the COVID deaths, and we only have 4.2% of the world's population. And CDC says that's because we are the sickest people on earth. We have the highest chronic disease rate on earth. And the average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. So these were people who had immune system collapse, who had mitochondrial dysfunction. And no other country has anything like this. 2/3 of American adults and children suffer from chronic health issues. 50 years ago, that number was less than 1%. So we've gone from 1% to 66%. In America, 74% of Americans are now overweight or obese, and 50% of our children. 120 years ago, when somebody was obese, they were sent to the circus. There were case reports done about them. Obesity was almost unknown. In Japan, the childhood obesity rate is 3% compared to 50% here. Half of Americans have prediabetes or type 2 diabetes. When my uncle was president, I was a boy. Juvenile diabetes was effectively non-existent. A typical pediatrician would see one case of diabetes during his entire career, a 40 or 50-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 kids who walks through his office door is diabetic or pre-diabetic, and the mitochondrial disorder that caused diabetes also causing Alzheimer's, which is now classified as diabetes, and it's costing this country more than our military budget every year. There's been an explosion of neurological illnesses that I never saw as a kid: ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, Tourette's syndrome, narcolepsy, ASD, Asperger's, autism. In the year 2000, the autism rate was 1 in 1,500. Now, autism rates in kids are 1 in 36, according to CDC nationally. Nobody's talking about this. 1 in every 22 kids in California has autism. And this is a crisis that 77% of our kids are too disabled to serve in the United States military. What is happening to our country? And why isn't this in the headlines every single day? There's nobody else in the world that is experiencing this. This is only happening in America. About 18%, and by the way, there has been no change in diagnosis, which the industry sometimes like to say. There has been no change in screening. This is a change in incidence. In my generation, 70-year-old men, the autism rates are about 1 in 10,000. In my kids' generation, 1 in 34. I'll repeat, in California, 1 in 22. Why are we letting this happen? Why are we allowing this to happen to our children? These are the most precious assets that we have in this country. How can we let this happen to them? About 18% of American teens now have fatty liver disease. That's like 1 out of every 5. That disease, when I was a kid, only affected late-stage alcoholics who were elderly. Cancer rates are skyrocketing in the young and the old. Young adult cancers are up 79%. 1 in 4 American women is on antidepressant medication. 40% of teens have a mental health diagnosis. And 15% of high schoolers are on Adderall, and 500,000 children on SSRIs. So what's causing this suffering? I'll name 2 culprits. First, and the worst, is ultra-processed food. About 70% of American children's diet is ultra-processed. That means industrial manufactured in a factory. These foods consist primarily of processed sugar, ultra-processed grains, and seed oils. Laboratory scientists who many of them formerly worked for the cigarette industry, which purchased all the big food companies in the 1970s and 80s, deployed thousands of scientists to figure out new chemicals to make the food more addictive. And these ingredients didn't exist 100 years ago. Humans aren't biologically adapted to eat them. Hundreds of these chemicals are now banned in Europe, but ubiquitous in American processed foods. The second culprit is toxic chemicals in our food, our medicine, and our environment. Pesticides, food additives, pharmaceutical drugs, and toxic waste permeate every cell of our bodies. The assault on our children's cells and hormones is unrelenting. name just one problem. Many of these chemicals increase estrogen because young children are ingesting so many of these hormone disruptors. America's puberty rate is now occurring at age 10 to 13, which is 6 years earlier than girls were reaching puberty in 1900. Our country has the earliest puberty rates of any continent on the earth. And no, this isn't because of better nutrition. This is not normal. Breast cancer is also estrogen-driven, and it now strikes 1 in 8 women. We are mass poisoning all of our children and our adults. Considering the grievous human cost of this tragic epidemic of chronic disease, it seems almost crass to mention the damage it does to our economy. But I'll say, it is crippling the nation's finances. When my uncle was president, our country spent $0 on chronic disease. Today, government health care spending is almost all for chronic disease. And it's double the military budget. And it is the fastest growing budget item in the federal budget. And chronic disease costs more to the economy as a whole, costs at least $4 trillion, 5 times our military budget. And that's a 20% drag on everything we do and everything we aspire to. Poor and minority communities suffer disproportionately. People who worry about DEI or about, bigotry of any kind, this dwarfs anything.
All right, everyone. The big news there, RFK Jr. out in Phoenix, Arizona, endorsing Donald Trump, suspending his campaign. And right now you are seeing in the box there, Donald Trump out in Las Vegas about to do his campaign event. So let's take you there live here on Live Now from Fox. You'll see it from the beginning all the way until the end right here on Live Now.
The plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Thank you very much. Wow. This is a nice place. And I'm just talking to Javier. You got thousands of people outside on the street. They want to get into your restaurant, Javier. We're going to have to expand it.
have to make a lot of tacos now.
You're right. You're right. And thank you very much. I want to thank everybody for being here. We just had a very nice endorsement from RFK Jr., Bobby. And I'll be talking about that. We're heading out right after this. We're going to be going to Arizona. We'll be talking about that and a lot of other things, too. But I just want to thank everybody. And I want to thank Bobby. That was very nice. That was really very nice. That's big. He's a great guy, respected by everybody. So thank you all for this incredible welcome we're getting. And I'm going to tell Javier the next time we do this together, he's going to give me a little light up here. Can you give me a little light so you can read this little speech? But you know what it does? It makes you speak a little bit less, so that's okay, too. But I do want to thank you all, and I want to thank Javier. This is a fantastic restaurant, and the reputation is as good as it gets, as good as it gets. And I'm going to come here next time to eat. Is that okay? I will be doing that, too. We have with us Lieutenant Governor Stavros Anthony, wherever Stavros is. Thank you very much, Stavros. That's an honor. We'll see you soon, okay? Thank you. That's really an honor. Great guy, too. And Nevada GOP Chairman Michael McDonald. Michael? And he's very happy about the no tax on tips because he was the first one that presented after the young, beautiful waitress that suggested. I said, what do you think of it, Michael? He said, I think it's a great idea. But we've come here today to talk about the biggest promise I think that the restaurant workers have had in a long time, and that's no tax on tips. And in our case, we mean it. Somebody that I know just copied it, but you know that's not going to happen. If you're a restaurant worker, a bartender, a hospitality worker, a caddy, a barber, a mover, a driver of any kind, or anyone else, you rely on a lot of tip income, hopefully a lot. But when I win in November, hopefully we're going to win. We're going to turn our country around. We're going to make America great again. We're going to let you keep 100% of your tip income and not be harassed. And just so you understand, the other side, Kamala, have you ever heard of her, Kamala? Nobody ever heard of her before. She lost in the first round. She was the first one out. It's a weird thing. He got 14 million votes, and he's sitting on a beach angry as hell. And she got no votes, and she's running. So you explained that to me. But the United States is home to an estimated 5.5 million workers whose livelihoods depend on tip income. And they work with their hands and their talent, their sweat and their skill. And they are really skilled people, and they're great people. They're people that have been with me always, and I'm with them. I'm doing them a big favor. Nobody ever heard of this concept before, and it's something that makes a lot of sense. As soon as I heard it, I said, let's do it. And then they copied us a couple of months later, but I don't think anybody's buying it. I don't think anybody's buying it. It's like last night, the speech. She made 26 different things that were lies. She lied, but that's okay because a lot of people lie. They'll do anything to get elected, but she lied about, she's increasing taxes, I'm decreasing taxes, and she put it the other way around. Perhaps she misspoke, perhaps. Nearly 2/3 of the workers are women, and an estimated 700,000 single mothers nationwide rely on tip income to support their children. These are some of the best and hardest working people in America, and when I'm president, you are the ones I will be fighting for, and I'll be fighting for you very hard every single day. Kamala Harris is now pretending to endorse my policy. She's got a lot of other policies. She's a copycat. She's a flip-flopper. You know what a flip? She's the greatest flip-flopper in history. She went from communism to capitalism in about 2 weeks. But in fact, Kamala cast the tie-breaking vote to hire 87,000 new IRS agents to go after your tip income. They're going after it in a lot of ways, so I don't know what they're doing now. This has happened with a lot of industries. When we come out with something, they immediately fold. But you know that after the election, if something horrible, horrible happened, which is always a possibility, especially the way they cheat. But if something horrible happened, you know that you'd go right back and you'd never see anything about no tax on tips. You know that. Under Kamala and Crooked Joe Biden, where is he? Where's Joe? What happened to Joe? He's on a beach someplace. He's angry. The IRS has imposed costly and burdensome new reporting requirements on restaurant and other employers, and these employers are great people. They're great people. They really work hard, like Javier. They work very hard, and they do an incredible job. And this is going to make their life a little bit easier because, frankly, for them it's a lot better, too, when they have happy employees that are making a little more money and just do a better job. People like Javier are very happy. He was happy to hear about this. Every restaurant owner is happy to hear about this. But they're trying to squeeze every penny out of this tip income the government is. And now they're not going to be able to do that. We're going to get this done very fast, too, by the way. Kamala also sponsored legislation to blow up the tip system entirely, which would inflict financial calamity on food servers and bartenders in Las Vegas and all across America. You know, they have bills pending and things pending and resolutions pending and special orders pending where they're going after your tips. I don't know what they're going to do with that. Are they supposed to be dropping? I assume they're going to be dropping all that stuff, at least until after the election. They'll bring it back after the election. Kamala supports a bill to eliminate the federal tip credit, which would force restaurants to impose large service charges on diners, meaning customers will not leave tips at all, and you'll be stuck with a minimum wage or whatever you might be making. This is something that they're forcing. I will never let that happen. Under the Trump administration, you'll keep your tips, and restaurant workers will keep all of your hard-earned money. I met this incredible young woman. She was standing behind the counter. I walked into a restaurant, whatever it may be. What was that restaurant? That Chick-fil-A, right? Very religious owner and a great guy, and it's good stuff. And she saw me and she said, "President Trump," and she gave me the biggest hug. She said, "You saved my college," and she loved that college, right? And you love me, and I love you too. I do actually. But it was like instant chemistry, right?
Yes, immediate. I told him earlier, we're best friends.
Yeah. They didn't know I was coming. You know, we do that surprise. I guess we do that for certain reasons, like security and things. We don't want to broadcast it too much. But I walked in and she grabbed me and I grabbed her. But I saved her college. That's the historically black colleges and universities. And she loved her college. She thought it was, I said, "Do you really like it? Was it good?" Go ahead, give it a little poke.
I love the illustrious Clark Atlanta University.
Do you see? And she really did. It was great to see that, as opposed to, "Oh, it was okay." She thought it was great. So I'll see you in a little while. Thank you, honey. Thank you very much for being here. We'll all be joined today by Nicole Williams, the mother of a 6-year-old member of the Culinary Union and a bartender. Can we get the Culinary Union to maybe vote for Trump? Because, you know, they're great people. They're always have a head of, you know, like a Democrat, the head, even if the Republican's better, and a lot of the Republicans aren't better, but I'm a lot better. And I'm the one that got this thing done. And so if we could speak to the head guy, let him be nice and easy, just relax. We're going to win. The state is looking very good. We just got a poll. We're leading by a lot. But we want to get the Culinary Union. How many members of the Culinary Union are here? Oh, you have a lot. I can tell you have a lot. But I think a lot of them, we had a poll done, and a lot of them are voting for us, I can tell you right now. But people that depend on tip income for our family. So, Nicole, if I could ask you to come up and say a few words. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, Mr.
Please.
Trump.
Thank you, Joan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is the honor of my life to be up here with my favorite president. And his no tax on tips policy is going to help my family. It's going to bring immediate relief to my pocketbook and my 7 kids. And all of you here who have children and families to take care of, this is going to be a great thing for all of us. So let's get out and vote for President Trump. Let's win Nevada for President Trump. Let's get out there. Register all your friends and family. Tell everybody about this policy.
Thank you, Nicole. Thank you. Thank you very much. Very nice. That's great. Thank you very much, Nicole. Thank you. I'll bet she does a great job, too. I'll bet you do a great job. Do you have any doubt about Nicole? I don't think so, right? You love it, right? You love doing it?
I love it.
That's great. I can see it. Thank you very much. We're also have a little bit of a special announcement. Our host, Javier, began in the restaurant business as a dishwasher, worked his way up to being a chef, Now he owns an entire family of Mexican restaurants in Las Vegas and the Las Vegas area. How many restaurants are there? How many? 5. This guy's got a lot of cash. That's fantastic. It's a great story. We love the Hispanic people, and the Hispanic people love us. He was just saying, he's not a big fan of what's happening on the other side. They'll destroy our country. We'll end up in a depression like in 1929 if they get in with what they're proposing. Last month, Joe Biden stopped at one of Javier's restaurants to tout his support in the Latino community. And, you know, Joe walked in. It's like not the most. It wasn't too exciting when he walked in. He didn't know where the hell he was. What kind of a restaurant? Is this Italian? He says, is this a French restaurant? Looks like a French restaurant. And, we have to focus on her because he's gonzo, so we'll focus on her. She's terrible. She's worse than he is. By the way, he's the worst president in the history of the United States. Jimmy Carter is very happy because he is considered to be a brilliant president by comparison. He's a very happy man. And she's considered to be the worst vice president in history. I don't know who the hell did that. If they do polls and they do studies, she's considered to be the worst vice president in history. 6 weeks ago, they were laughing at her. She was a joke. And now she got the nomination. She didn't get any votes, but she got the nomination. Explain that one. But I understand that Javier has something he would like to say about that, and so I'll ask Javier to come up and say a couple of words. Thank you. About the meeting you had with Joe.
Oh, thank you for being here, President Donald Trump. Me and my family really appreciated you guys give us the opportunity to host this event, so important. And I was telling them earlier, before you got here, that I came when Ronald Reagan was the president. And you know what? I really miss those times. So I need you to please make America great again.
Thanks, Abby. Thank you. And we will. We will. You got a good sample of
my daughter over there.
Yes.
And she agrees with you 100%.
Good.
My daughter over there.
It's a beautiful daughter.
She really thinks that you are cuter than Kamala.
Oh, I see. She agrees on that. Well, that's a good thing to agree on. That's very nice. Thank you very much, Sonny. Appreciate it. Great job you're doing. So thank you to Javier, to everybody under my leadership. Our Latino American community has prospered like, as you know, and as he knows, prospered like never before. Yeah. And, you know, we're winning. We won places. The governor of Texas called me. The last election, we won every border town along the border, and they're almost entirely Hispanic. And we won all of them. We won the votes. First time, they said, since Reconstruction. So I said, when you say Reconstruction, you know, that's a little complicated word in a sense because it means a lot of things to a lot of people. But I said, that means a civil war. Is that what you're referring to? That's right. Since the Civil War, that's never happened. And we did it twice. We did it in 16, and we did even better in 20. We actually did much better in 20 than we did in 16. But lots of strange things happen in life, right? But we're doing better now than either of those two. There's more spirit. I mean, you look at outside in the street, how many people are out there. And I only hope they stick around when I leave and they come into your restaurant. You'll never be able to serve them. But just too many people. But you're going to see. But Hispanic American household incomes hit an all-time high under the Trump administration. Hispanic American unemployment rate hit the lowest it's ever hit, lowest ever. Hispanic American poverty rate reached a record low, the lowest number ever. And by the way, it's now inched up very substantially. And yesterday, Javier, they did something that was terrible. It was just found out. They reported that 818,000 jobs were here that weren't. They were fake. They reported fake jobs, and they were going to announce that after November 5th, the most important day in the history of our country, the election. They were going to report it after, but there was a whistleblower or somebody leaked it. There was a leaker, a friendly leaker, a patriot leaker, leaked it, and that's not a revision. You know, that usually they call that a revision, like there's, 10,000 jobs. This is 818. I think it was the biggest number, certainly in memory. 818,000 fake jobs they reported. They don't exist. Total fake jobs. And this is what we're dealing with. And that's at a big number. That's a big, big downward number, in other words, on their reporting. But they reported these jobs, and now they've had to revise it and take them off the books. More than 1.5 million Hispanic Americans were lifted out of poverty during my administration, and the household wealth of the median Hispanic family grew by 65%. That's a lot, Javier. 65. It makes sense, right? Now it's heading south, by the way, just in case but we'll get it back up fast. The Hispanic American high school graduation rate reached an all-time high, and home ownership among Hispanics also hit a record high. And for working families and small businesses like this one, this is not a small business, this is a big business, but we'll call it a small business for tax purposes, okay? We delivered the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts in the history of our country. We achieved energy independence, and we built the greatest economy any time in the history of the world. It was the strongest economy anybody had ever seen. Under Kamala, it has been one disaster after another. Take a look at the border. You want to really see a disaster. I was there yesterday. What a disaster. After Kamala cast the tie-breaking votes on the bills that caused the worst inflation in decades, the Harris price hikes have cost the typical Nevada family. And you take a look. So the Nevada family spent $32,000 more under this horrible regime of people that don't know what the hell they're doing. Now Kamala is promising communist price controls on food. Her plan will cause catastrophic inflation, shortages of rationing. The restaurant industry will be obliterated. And I say welcome to 1929. Do you know what 1929 was? You don't want to know, right? You don't want to know, but that's where they're headed if they do what they're planning. Kamala is also pledging the largest tax hikes in American history, and Las Vegas hospitality industry would actually never recover from that. It's the largest tax hikes in history. And, you heard her words last night. She doesn't talk about that. You notice they talked, I guess she mentioned the Trump name many, many times, like 19 or 21 or something. She didn't mention the border. She didn't mention inflation. She didn't mention the bad economy. She didn't mention crime. She didn't mention any of the things that she's supposed to be mentioning. But she mentioned Trump 21 times or some crazy thing. And she mentioned thank you about 50 times. Did you see the beginning? Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. I said, what the hell is wrong with her? But then she recovered. She did much better. But she didn't tell anything. She didn't say anything. She talked about her family, how beautiful San Francisco was. I put out a note. I said, well, the word "was" is very important, because what the hell happened? Under her, as district attorney, she destroyed San Francisco. And then as the attorney general, she ruined the state of California with her stupid policies. But she was showing her beautiful life in San Francisco, and everybody was joking. That was before she destroyed it. She's supported the idea of a 70 to 80% tax hike. I don't think the man behind me will be happy. You wouldn't mind paying 80% in taxes, would you? What the hell? He says, whatever's good for America, right? 80% tax rate, and now she's even pushing a tax on unrealized capital gains. In other words, the appraisers are going to make a lot of money, which will soon be applied to small business owners, and you will be forced to sell your restaurant immediately, and the new owner won't do the job, and this restaurant will be closed. But we're not going to let that happen, Javier. We're going to make it bigger, better, stronger, just like the country. So this is really beyond social, because she's a socialist, but she's really a Marxist. A Marxist is a step beyond. Remember how you said at the State of the Union? We will not have socialism in America. We will never be a socialist country. I was right. We skipped over socialism. We're down to communism, okay? I was right about it, though. I like to be right. Thank you. I like that woman. Where are you? I like that. She said, you're always right. But this is beyond socialism. This is the beginning of communism, and it really is, and we can't let that happen. You look at Venezuela, you look at some of these countries that we all know so well, and what happened to them can happen to us. It's just a bigger version. That's where we're headed if this group gets elected. But we'll not let Kamala and the group turn America into a communist nation. We're not going to let it happen. We can't let it happen. I'll cut taxes, and what we're doing is we're cutting taxes, regulations. We're going to defeat inflation, rapidly bring prices down, and make America affordable again. It's not affordable. People can't buy, as Javier said before, they can't buy sneakers. They can't buy anything. To help seniors, we will have no tax on Social Security benefits. That's a big deal. I don't know. I'm trying to figure for restaurant workers, and all workers, tip workers, it's no tax on tips, but the Social Security, no tax, because they've driven them out of business. These people have suffered, and they've done things the right way. They've saved and saved, and then the inflation destroyed them. And we're going to have no tax on Social Security benefits, and that's a big thing, and it's very important. Just as important as what I said before about the no tax on tips. Kamala wants to bring sky-high California energy prices to the rest of the country, and they have just destroyed California. First time ever, more people left California than came in. They've never had that before because they have the best weather, the most beautiful land, everything. Line of stuff. We're doing great in California. You know the U-Haulets and the trailers and stuff. They go to Texas, Florida, other states, right? And they don't know what to do. They only go one way. They want to try and get them. They want to try and get them back. They have a hard time bringing them back. They don't know what to do. But under the extremist net zero energy policies, what you call them, the extremist, the radical people, they're really hurting our country and ultimately destroying our country. The environmental extremists, we call them. Nevada electricity prices have already increased by 50%. So it's 50%. Do you see them going up there? I mean, you see that? They've gone up by 50% over a very short period of time, and I'll unleash American energy, and we'll cut your prices in half. We'll be able to get your energy prices cut in half, and that goes for the whole nation. That's ridiculous that they've increased that much, and you see that. Wow, that's terrible. I'll deliver universal school choice, letting your child go to the public, private, religious, charter school of your choice, the family's choice, and there's something, school choice is a big deal. It's a big deal. Everybody wants school choice. And I'll support our police and stop the crime wave that was caused by this woman. What she's done on the border, she was the border czar. She doesn't want to talk about it. She said, I'm not the border czar. For 4 years, she's the border czar. Now she's not the border czar all of a sudden. You know why? Because people are coming in at levels that nobody's ever seen before. They're coming in by the millions, and they're coming from jails and prisons. They're slightly different meaning. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're emptying out so many of their cities of criminals, and they're busing them into the good old USA. They're busing the worst gang members, the worst drug dealers, terrorists, and they're bringing them in and dropping them here, and they're saying, if you come back, we're going to kill you. We're going to kill you if you come back, or we'll give you the death penalty, but we're going to kill you if you come back. So they're dropping their criminals here. They're emptying their jails and dumping everybody, and these are tough people too, and they're dumping them into our country. and you take a look at the prison populations all over the world, we're not just talking about South America, all over the world, the Congo in Africa, many people are coming out of the Congo, and they're coming from jails in the Congo. So their jails are being emptied, the mental institutions are being emptied, and they're all coming to the USA. There'll be customers very shortly of Javier's fine restaurant. What's happening is horrible. It's horrible. And they're destroying our country. And we're going to do the largest deportation in the history of America. We have no choice. We have no choice. And you see the death. You see the death and destruction they're causing. I was at the border yesterday with some people whose families were just obliterated by these horrible, horrible people that have been allowed to come in. And remember, terrorists are coming in at levels we've never seen before. Only bad things can happen. So I'll secure the border, keep the radical Islamic terrorists out of our country, and we will do something that's very important. I will prevent World War III. You have World War III is on the cusp. You take a look at what's happening. Biden didn't have a clue what he did with Russia and Ukraine, what that happened. That's a war that should have never started. If I were president, zero chance that would have happened. It would have never, and it didn't for 4 years. Same thing with Israel. October 7th would have never happened. And you know what else? You wouldn't have had that horror show, the most embarrassing day in our history, Afghanistan. And very importantly, you wouldn't have had inflation, because inflation was caused by energy. Now it's caused by everything. And the prices are so high that people are being driven out of business, including a lot of Hispanic people, a lot of black people. What's happening with the black population is they're losing their jobs to the people that are pouring across the border. The black population is being decimated. You wait till you see the real numbers that come. They're losing their jobs because Biden and Harris are allowing millions of people to come into our country, and they're taking black people's jobs, African-American jobs. They're taking those jobs, and a lot of those jobs are Hispanic jobs too. And the next thing that's going to be hit, I can tell you union leaders, the unions are going to be hit really, really hard. So I just want to end by saying that November 5th is a very important day. I believe it will go down as the most important day in the history of our country. That means you have to vote. It's going to be a big vote. If we win this state, if we win Nevada, we're going to win something that's going to be very, very special. We're going to win the whole thing. If we win Nevada, we're going to win the whole thing. And I don't know how the hell we can lose it. I've never seen such support, the support we have. So to Javier and his family, it's nice. Thank you. Thank you very much. I like that group over there. You know, they're a little bit frisky, but I like you very much. So I just want to thank everybody here. You're incredible people. I'm behind you 100%. November 5th, you're going to vote a little earlier than that, but whatever you got to vote. Make sure your vote is secure, because remember, they cheat like hell. Make sure, and again, we win this state. We win the whole thing, and we're going to turn our country around. So thank you very much. Thanks very much, Javier. Thanks.
All right, Donald Trump making those remarks in Las Vegas on his no tax on tips campaign event there, and it has already been a big day for Donald Trump there as he got the endorsement from RFK Jr. out in Phoenix, Arizona, just about an hour ago. And coming up here, Donald Trump is now going to be going to Glendale, Arizona, where he will be joined by a special guest, and a lot of people are thinking that will be RFK Jr. here. The Trump team already putting this out on their X page here with the endorsement of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and the graphic to go along with it. But as you can imagine, not everybody in the Kennedy family is happy about this. Carrie Kennedy, the sister there of RFK Jr., sharing this family statement saying, "We want an America filled with hope and bound together by a shared vision of a brighter future, a future defined by individual freedom, economic promise, and national pride. We believe in Harris and Walz. Our brother Bobby's decision to endorse Trump today is a betrayal of the values that our father and our family hold most dear. It is a sad ending to a sad story. They're signed by the Kennedy family. So we will continue to follow the latest here in this endorsement of Donald Trump by RFK Jr. Right now, Donald Trump taking some pictures before heading to Glendale, Arizona. We are going to take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for joining us, as always. Donald Trump wrapping up his Las Vegas remarks, then we'll head to his plane and head to Glendale, Arizona for his rally that will be happening at 7 p.m. Eastern, and you'll find it right here. We'll show it to you from the beginning all the way until the end. So if you have any Friday plans there, you could join it right here with us on Live Now from Fox. This coming with the big announcement of RFK Jr. That suspended his campaign and endorsed Donald Trump in the process. I also do want to show you, as we have just about 2 minutes left of the trading day, and you are looking at a Dow that is surging right now, close to 500 points in the green, almost at session highs right now, and we can see record closes on the Dow and the S&P 500 today. This call coming as the Fed Chair Jerome Powell making these remarks, also talking about a policy change is needed coming up in September for interest rates to drop. Let's listen on Live Now.
Fading. Inflation has declined significantly. The labor market is no longer overheated, and conditions are now less tight than those that prevailed before the pandemic. Supply constraints have normalized, and the balance of risks to our two mandates has changed. Our objective has been to restore price stability while maintaining a strong labor market, avoiding the sharp increases in unemployment that characterized earlier disinflationary episodes when inflation expectations were less well anchored. While the task is not complete, we have made a good deal of progress toward that outcome. Today, I will begin by addressing the current economic situation and the path ahead for monetary policy. I will then turn to a discussion of economic events since the pandemic arrived, exploring why inflation rose to levels not seen in a generation and why it has fallen so much while unemployment has remained low. So let's begin with the current situation and the near-term outlook for policy. For much of the past 3 years, inflation ran well above our 2% goal, and labor market conditions were extremely tight. The FOMC's primary focus has been on bringing down inflation, and appropriately so. Prior to this episode, most Americans alive today had not experienced the pain of high inflation for a sustained period. Inflation brought substantial hardship, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials, like food, housing, and transportation. High inflation triggered stress and a sense of unfairness that linger today. Our restrictive monetary policy helped restore balance between aggregate supply and demand, easing inflationary pressures and ensuring that inflation expectations remained well anchored. Inflation is now much closer to our objective, with prices having risen 2.5% over the past 12 months. After a pause earlier this year, progress toward our 2% objective has resumed. My confidence has grown that inflation is on a sustainable path back to 2%. Turning to employment, in the years just prior to the pandemic, we saw the significant benefits to society. As a city Fed, it's great to be back here today. 4.5 years after COVID-19's arrival, the worst of the pandemic-related economic distortions are fading. Inflation has declined significantly. The labor market is no longer overheated, and conditions are now less tight than those that prevailed before the pandemic. Supply constraints have normalized, and the balance of risks to our two mandates has changed.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. So those were just the opening statements from Fed Chair Jerome Powell. But right now, still Donald Trump out in Arizona, just out in Las Vegas. He's heading to Arizona, but he is now making some remarks to the media. Let's listen to that here on Live Now from Fox.
Mr. President, what kind of cabinet or advisor positions are you considering for RFK Jr.?
Give you the microphone. Look, I'm just going to go right now, and we're heading out to Arizona. We'll be seeing, but he's really a terrific guy. I've had a long-term friendship with him. He's a very talented person. It's an honor. He just announced, and it's a great honor. It really is. He's very popular. He's very smart. He has a great family, wonderful family, and so I'm going to say hello to him now.
He says he's going to stay on the ballot in 40 other states. Is that sufficient? Do you think he should try to get off the ballot in all states?
Well, I think they're trying to get off ballot. I mean, we'll see. I mean, they're going to have to work that out.
Mr. President,
I think having his support is...
Mr. President, RFK, his words about your policies and praising your policies, is that to help you with the unaffiliated, like in North Carolina, the independent vote, and the Jewish vote, considering...
Well, I think so. He's just a respected person. Not everybody agrees with everything he says, but that's true with everybody. But he's a very respected person. He's really a very beloved person in many ways. I mean, he's beyond. I think, frankly, if the Democrats had treated him very badly, and then they ended up treating Biden the same way as they treated him, but they treated him very badly. I think if he ran in the Democrat primary, he would have beaten Biden. That's my opinion. But they wouldn't let him run. I mean, they came up with obstacles that were impossible, like you have to have 60% of the vote to run, and they came up with things that were crazy. But they didn't want him running. I think if he would have run in the Democrat primary, I think he would have won. I think he would have beaten Biden.
Mr. Donald Trump, what is your message for DACA program?
Microphones, we can hear you, sir. Fox News has learned that at least 5 agents have been put on leave after what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. As the protectee, I'm just curious, do you feel that disciplinary action is warranted? Are you still able to feel safe with your security needs? And you can answer the question.
Look, I have great confidence in the Secret Service. I've been dealing with them a long time. And I will say that I don't know about the 5 or the 6 agents that you're talking about. I think they're from, for the most part, a different area. But I will say that they have learned a lot. And we lost a tremendous person in Corey, as you know. We thought we lost 2 more, and they came back, and they're doing really well. They're doing really well. As you know, we had 2 people that were so horribly injured. Nobody thought they could make it. And the doctors up in the area, in the Butler area, these doctors were unbelievable. They saved them. But these two were badly injured, and now they're doing well. But a lot's been learned, and it'll make it better, and it'll make it safer. I will say this, that they've never provided us, and I think it came from the White House, they've never provided us with the number of people that we should have had for the massive rallies that we had, like at the size of Butler. You saw thousands and thousands of people as far as the eye could see. And I've always said that. I mean, I just felt it. They never gave us the number of people in terms of Secret Service people that were necessary. And yet Biden, who would have 10 people at a rally, was loaded up with Secret Service. So I've complained about that for a long time. They never gave us the number of people necessary. They were working with, and I know requests were made, but they were working for a long time, and a long time without the proper number of people. I've seen that, and just common sense, you could see it. Because we were getting crowds that were so, we had 107,000 people show up in New Jersey, in Wildwood, New Jersey. We had 88,000 people in South Carolina. We never had the number of people that were necessary to protect somebody in that, and including the people themselves. So I think they should probably look at that.
You mentioned rallies.
And that came out of Biden's office.
You mentioned
Mr. President, on the general state of the race, there's a widespread perception that Kamala Harris replacing Joe Biden on the Democratic ticket has thrown you off your game, gotten under your skin. What do you say to that?
No, I think we're doing great. I think we're leading. We just had a Rasmussen poll. We're up by 5. We're doing, I think, very well. What is unfair is that it's unfair to him, but it's also unfair to me. I was leading by 17 or 18 points after the debate, and they said, he's going to lose. And they went and told him, you're going to lose. We want to replace you. Crazy Nancy Pelosi went in with a group with Obama and with others, but they went in with a group and they said, we want you out. And they took him out, and it was a bad thing to do, but also unfair to me. I spent $100 million fighting against the man that won in their party, and we had a debate, and the debate was good for me, it wasn't good for him, and then all of a sudden they take him out and they put somebody new in that never got a vote. She didn't get a single vote. He got 14 million votes, she got none. So I'm running against her. Now we're up in the polls. We're winning on the swing states, but I've got to beat 2 people instead of 1. That never happened either, so it's not a very fair thing, but I live with it. Yeah, did you have one?
Yeah, do you think the rank and file of the union for the culinary workers are going to peel away from the leadership who endorse Kamala?
I do. I think they're going to peel away and endorse me. I do. I think the culinary union is going to endorse a lot of the people. A big percentage of the people will endorse me. They always support at the top level, but they've supported me. I've had great support from culinary. Now with the no tax on tips, I think they're going to be very supportive of me. Yeah.
You mentioned something. What led you to post about women's reproductive rights this morning? Has your stance on abortion changed?
No, very good. I'm very strong on women's reproductive rights. The IVF, very strong. I mean, we're leaders in it. And I think people are seeing that, and votes are being taken, and that's what they've wanted for years. For 52 years, they've wanted votes to be taken by the states, and they wanted Roe v. Wade to be brought into the states. And it's really happening. It's really happening. We have a situation that for years that whole issue has been tearing our country apart, and now the states will get the vote. And, if you look at many of the states are up right now, and they're getting the vote, and they're getting the vote that the people want. They wanted the vote of the people. And like Ronald Reagan, I've gone through it a lot. But you're going to have choice, and you're going to have different things that you can talk about. But when you get into that issue and reproductive rights, I think what we've done is so right. What the Democrats do, take a look at what they're doing. They have the governor of Minnesota has the right to kill a baby after birth. After birth. This isn't abortion. This is after birth. because he's got that. And think of it, in Minnesota, he's got that right. And how can you have a right like that? And they're actually the radicals. If you think about it, they're actually the radicals. So we brought something out. Everybody wanted it this way. Everybody felt strongly about it. Democrats, Republicans, liberals, conservatives, everybody. And every legal scholar wanted it brought back to the states. They brought it back to the states. The states are voting on it right now. A lot of them are voting on it right now. And I must say, Ohio became much more liberal in the sense of that vote. You know that. Kansas, much more liberal. Others, I guess, different. But it brought it back to the people. Nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted it to remain in the federal government. And it won't be in the federal government. It will never be in the federal government. It will be in the states where everybody wanted it. And if you go back and look back 10 years, 15 years, everybody wanted it. Legal scholars, everybody wanted it brought back to the states. And that's where it is.
Do not want abortion rights to be taken away from them. How do you respond to it?
They won't be taken away. They won't be taken away.
Mr. President, ex-president, so a lot Latin people believe in you, and I know a lot of dreamers right now can work legal. What is your plan with that people that right now works legal in this country because they are?
You mean coming in legal? Oh, we're going to have a process to come in. We want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. We don't want people that are murderers, that are drug dealers, coming in from jails. We don't want that. We want people to come in, but we want them to come in through a system legally. And we're going to open that system up. We need people. We need workers. We need a lot of people. And we want them to come into our country, but we don't want to come in from prisons. We don't want gang members that Venezuela gives us the MS-13 gang members. We don't want that.
The cornerstone of your economic proposal is to extend the 2017 tax cuts to lower the corporate rate further. Obviously, you propose no taxes on tips or Social Security benefits. Taken together,
well, I'm reducing taxes. She's increasing taxes. And her increase on corporate taxes and even businesses like this, it's going to drive businesses into other countries. Because, other countries we have great international corporations. They can go anywhere. They can go into other countries. If they're offered better deals, they'll leave the United States. And that's what she's going to be doing. She'll force businesses, big businesses, to leave with all the jobs and everything else, to leave us, to leave this country and move to Europe and many different places and they're always fighting for our businesses. And many businesses have left. But we don't want that. And if they charge too much on taxes, these businesses, especially the big ones, they're international businesses, they're going to leave the United States. You're going to lose all the jobs, all the income, and we're going to end up being a third world country. And in many ways, because of the bad job that Kamala's done on the border, she was the border czar. Now she's trying to say she wasn't. But she ran the worst operation. I have the endorsement of the border people, the border unions, the ICE, every law enforcement group just about in America has endorsed me. What she's done on the border is so bad and so dangerous for our country, and it's going to ruin our country. We have to stop. We will have 100 million people come in from all over the world, not just South America. And this country will be a whole different place. It'll be a banana republic. But in many cases, when it comes to elections and borders, it already is.
So my question for you, Mr. President.
RFK Jr. has falsely said that the COVID vaccine is the deadliest vaccine ever made. What is your response to that?
Well, I'm going to have to see, because I haven't seen him yet. I'm going to see him in a little while.
Mr. President, an issue here in Southern Nevada, availability of land. One of your policies is saying releasing more federal land, building of houses.
Yeah.
How will you enact that here in Southern Nevada? Because that is a huge issue here in Southern Nevada. It will be the coming years.
Well, we want to have land so we can have housing built in certain areas like this area. They don't have the housing. And we have so much land, and we want to put it to use. So we're going to have land released, and on that land, we're going to build housing. We're going to have housing built. And it'll be great for Nevada, and it'll be great for other areas.
between all of that, between lowering the corporate tax rate, extending tax cuts, the proposal for tax and tips, you propose all that without any changes to entitlement benefits. That's after talking about trillions of dollars added to the deficit. How do you plan to pay for it?
Growth. We're going to have tremendous growth. We're going to have tremendous growth. You know, if you remember when I gave the largest tax cuts ever given, we had a much lower rate, but the following year we took in more income. With a lower rate, we took in more income. And companies like Apple and others were bringing money in from Europe and other places. They were bringing in billions of dollars that they would have never brought in except for what I did. Also, just getting back to this other question, like Ronald Reagan before him on the abortion question, I happen to believe in exceptions. I think it's very important, but I say to people, you have to follow your heart. But probably you're at 85% of the people that agree with that in terms of just Republicans. But you have the life of the mother, rape, and incest. I happen to believe in the exceptions. I happen to believe also that the Democrats are the radical ones because they will do abortions and approve abortions in the 9th month, the 8th month, and also after birth, which is basically the execution of the baby in some cases. If you look at Minnesota, they have the right to do that. You have a man now who's running for vice president who signed a bill to sell tampons in boys' bathrooms, okay? Not to sell them, to give them. But the exceptions to me is very important. Some people don't agree, but for the most part, they do. I think it's up to probably 85 or 90%. But if you look at the voting, and it's so interesting to see, this issue is tearing our country apart. And it's really not tearing our country apart anymore because now people get to vote, and they get to vote in their state. And for the most part, they believe in the exceptions, and they want the exceptions. It makes it a much easier way. At the same time, you have to follow your heart. You have to do what's right. But we brought it locally. It'll never be in the federal government again. It should have never been there. And again, for 52 years, from the beginning of Roe v. Wade, people have wanted to get it out. And many presidents have tried. They were unable to do it. And I just want to thank 6 very brave and brilliant Supreme Court justices for doing it. What they did is very good. I'm going to Arizona now, and I'll see you.
Donald Trump making those remarks after his speech in Las Vegas there, and really after the RFK Jr. endorsement there. And we did learn, Donald Trump did say just moments ago that RFK Jr. would be at the rally as well. So that goes to show you who the special guest will be tonight here at the Glendale rally. Live look right now in Glendale as Donald Trump will be having that about 7 p.m. Eastern right here on Live Now from Fox. And already the Trump campaign quick to put the endorsement out on their social media there as Team Trump putting that out there, endorsed by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But like we were talking about earlier, not all the Kennedys celebrating in this, all of them saying that, putting out this statement here. This is from Carrie Kennedy, the sister of RFK Jr., saying, "We want an America filled with hope and bound together by a shared vision of a brighter future, a future defined by individual freedom, economic promise, and national pride. We believe in Harrison Walls. Our brother Bobby's decision to endorse Trump today is a betrayal of the values that our father and our family hold most dear. It is a sad ending to a sad story," and it's signed by the other Kennedys there as well. But we are going to take a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting the stage right here shot for Donald Trump out in Glendale as the crowd already there, about 3 hours to go until Donald Trump speaks there at that rally. So we'll be keeping an eye on this shot and so much more coming up in just moments on Live Now. We'll be back in 2. Welcome back, everyone, here Live Now from Fox. We do want to take you out to Memphis, Tennessee. Civil rights attorney Ben Crump holding this news conference after a second former Memphis police officer charged with federal civil rights violations in the fatal beating of Tyree Nichols last year is changing his not guilty plea in a case that sparked outrage and calls for police reform. Let's listen on Live Now.
You guys over there? Okay, we're ready.
Thank you, Ben.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. I'm attorney Ben Crump, along with attorney Tony Romanucci and Judge Ernestine Doyce. We have the honor of representing the family of Tyree Nichols. Present with us are his parents, Miss Rovine and Rodney Wells, who will speak to you about their feelings in the aftermath of former Deputy Martin, former Officer Martin, pleading guilty to federal charges that could sentence him up to 40 years in prison. The judge communicated that he could give more charges, more years, more time, if need be. The family is relieved that another officer has admitted their role in these heinous acts that killed Tyree Nichols. This is yet another crucial component to getting accountability. I would tell you, and I'll say it clearly, the dominoes are starting to fall. We expect the other officers to also do the same, because this is critical that we get justice and accountability. This is the worst pattern and practice that we've ever seen. At this time, you'll hear from my great co-counsel, attorney Tony Romanucci, who's going to go into details about this pattern and practice. And then you will hear from the parents of Tyree Nichols and how painful this continues to be. But make no mistake about it, the dominoes are falling, and we believe the dominoes are going to fall all the way to the end, and that is going to be with full justice, holding all these officers and holding the city accountable for the Scorpion Unit policies that started from the top, and full justice, not half justice, not 3/5 justice, but full justice for Tyree Nichols. Yes, sir. Attorney Romanucci.
Good afternoon. My name is Tony Romanucci, and thank you very much, Ben and Rovine Wells, Rodney Wells. Thank you so much for letting me be here. So I do have some notes because you heard some very, very important and absolute fulsome facts. But here's what I'm going to tell you. There are two tips of the sword that we see here. Tyree Nichols was one tip of the sword. Emmett Martin was the other tip of the sword. Behind that tip of the sword, you can tell that Scorpion Unit, that man who pled guilty, who accepted responsibility, who admitted all those findings of fact, Tyree was not the only one. If you listen, if you heard those facts that the judge read off today, which included, amazingly, corrupt misconduct due to truthfulness, due to withholding of truth, false and misleading statements, cover-up on the use of excessive force. Listen to that, cover-up on the use of excessive force. That's what I'm talking about. That's only the tip of the sword here, folks. This Scorpion Unit, not only was it corrupt, It was corrupted from the beginning. It never should have been formed. Those officers should not have been on there. They were not supervised. He admits to striking Tyree Nichols and did not tell anyone about it. They're covering up their actions, not only on that night, but before then. If you read the allegations in our complaint, these factual findings are consistent and mirror the factual findings in the complaint that Ben and I filed on behalf of the family against Chief Cerelyn Davis, against the city of Memphis, and against all those individual officers. You heard that they agreed that they hit Tyree with so many pieces and haymakers, and how they rocked him, and how they agreed amongst themselves to cover up what they did, because this was their modus operandi. This is how they did it on the Scorpion unit. And there was no supervision, which is a failure on the city of Memphis, as it is as much on those individual officers. You heard consistently how many acts of commission and omission occurred on that day. But we allege even further in our civil suit that they did this over and over again. That's why when we talk about Tyree Nichols, what they did to him that night on January 7th at 8:30 was beyond tragic. It was horrific. And this whole city of Memphis, I know, cried for Tyree and for their family for what happened. But let me tell you, they reigned terror way before January 7th. This was not only one day. This was the bomb that finally exploded. And it breaks my heart to say that Tyree was on the receiving end of the Scorpion unit on that day. More importantly, he's pleading guilty in his official capacity under color of law. And what that means is he admits that he was working and operating as a Memphis police officer, that he wasn't acting outside the scope of his duties, as the defense has said that he was acting as a Memphis police officer, wearing a badge, a shield, carrying a duty belt and a gun, striping, saying that he was Memphis Police Department, and that it was his excessive and unreasonable force which caused Tyree's death. And to make it worse, he's pleading guilty to failing to intervene, meaning that there was a chance that Tyree could have been saved. But instead, what did they do? They smoked cigarettes. They made sure that they doused themselves with water to cool themselves off and get pepper spray out of their eyes. They yacked. They laughed. They talked while Tyree was laying on the ground, needing help. That's what they're pleading guilty to, folks. And that's the magnanimity of what we're dealing with here. That's why there's more than one tip of the sword here. Not only is it Tyree, but Emmett Martin, Justin Smith, Desmond Mills, Demetrius Haley. They're all tips of the sword lined up behind. And so was this entire Memphis community on January 7th, lined up behind Tyree, being innocent victims of the Scorpion unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Pattern and practice. The blood is not only on the hands of these officers, the blood is on the hands of the Memphis Police Department. As Attorney Romanucci said, pattern and practice. Worst case of pattern and practice I've seen. I mean, they had a policy, this Scorpion unit. You're going to hear testimony that officers were given the right to violate the constitutional rights of citizens who look like Tyree Nichols. The blood is not only on these officers' hands, the blood is on the Memphis Police Department and everybody who instituted the policy of the Scorpion Unit. And it is emotional. And so you're going to hear from Rovon Wells and Rodney Wells. They're going to speak from their heart. Attorney Ramanucci and I, we lawyers, we trained to deal with this. No parent is trained to deal with losing their child like this. And it doesn't get better over time. It doesn't. So please keep them in prayer. Miss Rovon and Rodney Wells.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Rovon Wells,
And I'm Rodney Wells.
Tyree Nichols' mother. Today was what? Today was very emotional to hear another police officer plead guilty in my son's murder. It was kind of bittersweet. The fact that I had to hear him plead guilty for all those charges that were presented in court today. But at that same token, he's not in prison yet, so as far as I'm concerned, you know I'm rambling a little bit, but this is very difficult. I have 4 children. One of my kids is gone now because of the Memphis Police Department. Tyree was just coming home. He was minding his own business, and he was just coming home. Now, we have 5 police officers. All y'all saw the video. I didn't see the video. But I do know that Martin and Haley were one of the main people that did the things to my son. It was good to hear him finally admit the guilt. Now, I don't understand all the charges and everything. That's why I have these attorneys to explain everything to us. However, for them to plead guilty is something. I feel like we're going in the right direction.
Accepting responsibility.
Accepting responsibility.
Amen.
We still have 3 more that we need to find guilty, or they need to plead guilty or something. And I'm hoping that we don't have to go to trial. I'm really hoping. I don't want to put my kids through all of that, but if we have to, we will.
Amen.
I'm hoping that after today, that the other 3 officers will look in the mirror and see and look at themselves and find and say that they're guilty, because they know they are.
Yes.
So, with that being said, I'm grateful that he did plead guilty, but it doesn't help my pain.
No.
I will never have my son back. I will never hear his voice again. I will never see a text from him again. You know, I was going through my phone the other day, and I found a text. I used to like red licorice. I love red licorice. And Tyree was out one day, and I texted him, and I said, Ty, can you bring Mama some red licorice home? And he said, yes, Mama, I will. That was the last text of my son. The last text. And 10 days later, he was dead because of those Memphis police officers. They murdered my son for nothing. And until we get justice for all of them, I won't be content.
All right, we've just been listening in to the family of Tyree Nichols speak as another Memphis police officer has now changed his plea to guilty. Want to go ahead and take a quick 2-minute break. Stay with us here on Live Now. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We've got a lot to get to this afternoon. Of course, we were just listening in there in Memphis, where attorney Ben Crump is holding a news conference about a Memphis police officer who has just changed his plea in the Tyre Nichols case. But before we get back to that, I do want to show you here, we have a preview of what's going on there at the Trump-Vance rally that's going to be coming up later this afternoon. That's right there in Glendale, Arizona. Taking a live look inside of the venue right now as those speakers are starting to step up. Trump is not expected to speak for some time. Of course, we're keeping a close eye on this event. But again, we want to get back to some of those remarks that we were listening into from attorney Ben Crump as they are there in Memphis having a news conference about the death of Tyre Nichols.
Like my wife said, today was bittersweet. We still have 3 more officers that need to be convicted or turn themselves or change their plea. Until then, we're still fighting.
Yes, sir.
We will fight until we get all 5 of those officers charged and convicted.
Yes.
And sentenced.
Yes.
For the death of our son.
Yes.
Tell him right.
But today was a good day, in our opinion, because we got one of the main characters to plead guilty. But the fight ain't over.
No, it ain't.
The fight ain't over. Especially Mr. Haley. We're giving you word. They're coming after you, my brother. We want to get a conviction from you. We would like to get a guilty plea. But if we have to go to court, we will.
Amen.
We're going to fight to the end.
Yes.
For justice.
For justice. Justice for Tyre.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
So we will try to take some of your questions, if you have any. Attorney Roman.
40 years on this guilty plea was the recommended sentence. It was a similar plea to the one that Desmond Mills took a little under a year ago, but a lot more time. How do you guys feel with 40 years as the recommended sentence as opposed to the 15 that were recommended in Desmond Mills' case?
I would say the Chauvin case for George Floyd got 22 years, 22 and a half to be precise. So if we get 40 years, we would be happy. Yeah. You know, because it's another record-breaking sentence in our case. So
and the judge also declared that he didn't have to accept that he can also give her more.
Yes.
And he said that with Desmond Mills as well. So we felt very good about it.
I'll say this, Lucas, and Attorney Ramanucci will chime in. You know, this is not something we ever take for granted, that police officers will be held accountable and sentenced to real prison time for killing black people in America. Normally we see a slap on the wrist. I mean, think about Laquan McDonough. They shot that boy 16 times in the back, and the police officer only served 3.5 years, and it was on video. So with every case, we keep fighting for more and more justice to raise the value of black life in America. As Mr. Wells said, George Floyd's killer, Derek Chauvin, 22.5 years. And that was on video. You're right, Ms. Wells. And that's significant. And I think when you look at how they beat him to death, the sentence should be significant too. It should be very significant to be a warning to any other police officer out there who thinks that because it's a black or brown person, they can do anything to them. They could beat them like a dog if they want to. I mean, he was a human being. You shouldn't beat any animal. I mean, if they beat a dog like that, people would be just outraged to this day.
Yes, they would.
Tyree was Rovan's baby.
My baby.
Attorney Crump.
Hold on, Mr. Ramanucci, you want to chime in there on that? And then
I think what you need to see, and you got to start putting the pieces together here. The recommendation of no more than 480 months is a powerful statement of retribution, and why the difference between Mills and Martin now is because you see that the mountains of evidence are accumulating. When you look at the quiet streets of Memphis right now and they turn dark at night, a year and a half ago, these Scorpion officers were prowling the streets looking to make unconstitutional stops. They're admitting that they made a bad stop that night, that it was not a good arrest. They arrested somebody under false pretenses. And that's what's important here. And that, if you're asking, well, why would he take such a plea to 480 months of a recommendation? Well, that's because there's knowledge. There's knowledge of what they did that night and what was there before. That's the importance here.
Yes, ma'am.
Attorney team satisfied with
Hold on, she was first. Yes, ma'am.
Do you expect the other 3 officers to plead guilty, and if so, what is the deadline, or do they have a deadline?
I don't think there's a deadline. You can change your plea all the way up and during trial. But we do expect them to plea based on the ocular proof. I mean, you see it with your own eyes. There is no explaining this. And then when you think about all the stuff Attorney Ramanucci, Judge Dorsey and us put in our civil complaint, this knowledge that the department knew what the Scorpion unit was doing. This was not the first time a citizen from the black community had complained about the police doing them like this. So we expect them to plea. But if they don't plea, it's like Mr. Wells said, we prepared to go all the way.
Yes. Go to trial.
All the way. Tyree deserves it.
Yes. Are you satisfied with the 4-year recommendation?
Well, I am always careful. I have been doing this long enough now until police officers are sentenced and put behind bars. We do not get complacent because the rules are just different. Kareem and I was talking about the double standards that happen when it's a black person lying dead on the ground and it's a police officer. I mean, it's just different. And so we don't take it for granted at all. I'm sure Attorney Ramanucci and Judge Dorsey can tell you similar things. Until they are actually sentenced, we got to keep fighting as if it's going to be another one slipped away, because justice is elusive for minorities in America. Very elusive.
I just want to comment that and know that the more opportunity for dispositions via a guilty plea, the more information will be provided. And with that provision, the judge has more information to decide whether he or she will accept the plea. Great discretion up to a maximum of sentence.
Yeah. And I'll say this before we take 1 or 2 more final questions. You know, there's a pattern of practice investigation going on. And I think with each plea, it helps give the Federal Department of Justice Civil Rights Division more evidence that this is a pattern in practice. As Attorney Ramanucci and our legal team said at the beginning, you may remember, Ms. Rovine, we said that people were going to be shocked at the admissions of the police officers. Lucas, I mean, not just these 5 that are charged. There are going to be other admissions. And you're going to be shocked. America is going to be shocked with these admissions.
And
For families that are watching this, specifically your parents here, for families that are watching this and maybe sitting at home with their children, Black and brown communities specifically, I know you had mentioned them seeing this, the violence that has taken place. What would you say to them, and what recommendation would you give to parents who might be afraid for their children?
Yeah, for the parents?
Yes, for
What did you say? I'm sorry, I wasn't.
Sure. So,
Black and brown parents.
So what would we say to them?
What would you say for parents who are watching with their Black
afraid
and brown
something like this could happen to their child?
You know, who are seeing this and may be afraid for them?
Well, I tell people, you know, a lot of times when we see this, you know, the first thing that police officers and people, they will try to find something wrong with that person, regardless to what. This time they couldn't find anything. Tyree was not a perfect child, but he was close enough. And so what I tell parents, watch your kids, talk to your sons and your daughters and tell them how to respond to police. From my understanding, Tyree replied very sensibly.
Yes,
he replied the way I taught him, and we see what happened. So it doesn't matter if you have a record or if you don't have a record. If you have children, whether it's a girl or a boy, you explain to them how to deal with the police, and you just explain to them that this is the world that we live in, unfortunately, and say, look at Ty. Just look at what happened to Ty. You know, look what happened to him. He was coming home from Shelby Farms, watching the sun set. I was on the phone with my daughter, and I kept feeling my stomach. It was killing me. Do you feel me? I was having this pain in my stomach, and I did not know what it was until I got that knock on the door. And at that time, I didn't know, because they came to my door and said they had to pepper spray my son, and he had to go to the hospital. They didn't tell me that they beat my son to death.
Yeah.
When I asked where he was, you know what they told me? Oh, he's nearby. Nearby? What does that mean?
Yeah.
So what I say to parents, just pray, talk to your kids, and try to explain to them that this is what they have to deal with. And unfortunately, it's what it is.
And it's very important that the judge took note of the cover-up, because many times they do try to say that, oh, it's justified what the black or brown person did. And many times in America, they take the police narrative as the gospel. Yes. And so they're having a plea that's documenting that an officer talked about. They covered up facts and actions that happened in the killing of Tyree. Sets a precedent that can't be just overlooked in these other cases or in the civil case. And we would like to thank the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division, headed by Christian Clark, and the assistant U.S. attorneys working here in Memphis on this case. Mr. Pritchard, we cannot say thank you enough, because, you know, justice is not promised. I don't care what you think. Justice is not promised. Right. And we have to fight for every measure, every inch, every ounce of justice we get. I think about Attorney Ramanucci and I, Sonia Massey, when she asked that question, Ms. Robinov, I thought about, you just never know. I mean, she called the police for help and they shot in her face. Yes, sir.
Mr. Crump, yesterday community was reacting, saying that the way that this is adjudicated from all my former officers. They were saying that the way that this is adjudicated for all 5 former officers was in a message to the city. Do you think the courts are looking at what message that they're sending out to the city of Memphis, saying, you know, how this is going to be adjudicated will determine how their case is on crime?
Well, I'll say this, and I'll let my brother, Attorney Ramanucci, respond to this, because it all is connected, I think, to the civil action of making them change the conduct. The criminal culpability is going to hold the police officers accountable, and they go to jail. But what responsibility does the city of Memphis bear for this heinous act that was condoned? It was condoned by the city. It was condoned by the leadership in the Memphis Police Department. That's what our investigations have concluded. That, no, they knew what the Scorpion Unit was about. It wasn't no secret what the Scorpion Unit was doing to people. And so, yeah, what message that is saying? That the dominoes are falling, and the dominoes won't stop with just these officers.
No, sir.
That's right. Attorney Ramanujan.
This is corruption.
All right, we've just been listening in there to a press conference where Attorney Ben Crump and others on that legal team are discussing the fact that a former officer is now changing his plea to guilty in the beating of Tyre Nichols. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Christina Evans. We've been keeping a close eye on some of those top political headlines today, of course, with the big news that RFK is now suspending his campaign, and he's going to be stepping aside so that way he can fully endorse former President Donald Trump. Of course, we know that former President Donald Trump is getting ready to speak at a rally there in Glendale, Arizona. Some of those other preliminary speakers are stepping up to the stage now. Let's listen in here on Live Now.
Although I do think she could probably take her grandpa on 18 holes, I wish her all the best and will certainly be following her career and cheering her on. Bottom line is this should not be a political issue. Your daughter's safety, your daughter's opportunities to achieve and succeed, it shouldn't be a political or a controversial statement to say that your daughter deserves privacy in areas of undressing. Yet, unfortunately, it is. We have an entire political party, at least in terms of elected representation, who believe you can change your sex as often as you change your socks. Recently in the U.S. House, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act fell entirely on party lines, meaning all 219 Republicans voted in favor of protecting women and girls in sports, and all 203, every single last one of them, mothers and fathers of their own young daughters, all 203 Democrats voted in opposition of protecting women and girls in sports. But how can this be? The Democratic Party claims to be the party of and for women. They pride themselves on it. My question for Democratic leadership is, how can you defend what you can't even define? We heard it from virtually every speaker at the DNC. They talked about a woman's right to dismember and abort a developing child in her womb. The phrase, my body, my choice, they spoke of healthcare freedom. Well, where was that healthcare freedom in 2020? They didn't believe in bodily autonomy when it came to injecting yourself with an experimental, ineffective vaccine that has zero credibility. No, they were the tyrants who fired healthcare workers, who fired school teachers, active duty military members for not conforming with their autocratic mandates. They don't believe in free speech or free expression. That's been made clear by the compelled speech portion of Title IX, forcing children to use biologically incorrect pronouns. Now the government gets to decide what is hate speech. They don't believe in school choice. They don't believe in parental rights or the safeguarding of children. They don't believe in freedom unless it's the freedom to have an abortion or chemically and surgically castrate children. Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders said it best in her State of the Union address response. The dividing line in America is no longer right versus left or red versus blue or Republican versus Democrat. The choice we have in November is normal versus crazy. You have one ticket that is America first, compared to the other that are globalist. You have one ticket that wants secure borders compared to the other that wants open borders. You have one ticket that knows what a woman is and has vowed to take decisive action in protecting our sex-based rights, compared to the other ticket that thinks men can become pregnant and that tampons belong in boys' bathrooms. I see on social media people saying they're voting for Kamala Harris because she's a woman. Well, guess what? I am voting for Donald J. Trump because I am a woman. Thank you, guys. Powerful, powerful, powerful. I want to give a sincere thank you to Charlie Kirk, to Turning Point USA, to Turning Point Action, for your efforts in mobilizing Americans, more specifically the youth. You guys are doing the necessary on-the-ground work in the state of Arizona, but really across the nation. Wrapping up here, this is a message for all women, regardless of party affiliation, regardless of your race, regardless of your religion, regardless of your sexual orientation, of any identity factor. This is a message for all women. A vote for Kamala Harris is a vote against your daughter's future. We must support the candidate that acknowledges womanhood as an immutable reality. We need to win back the White House. We need to win back the Senate. We need common sense. We need sanity. We need strength. We need stability. We need to fight. We all need Jesus and his grace, and we need Donald Trump back in the White House. Thank you, guys, and God bless.
All All right, we've just been listening in to some remarks there from those preliminary speakers there in Glendale, Arizona, ahead of the Trump rally that's going to be coming at you in just a few hours. Trump was just leaving Nevada. He should be on his way there to Arizona now. Of course, we're going to keep a close eye on this, but in the meantime, there's been a lot of conversation about several other things that are happening within the Trump organization. We just got news earlier today that 5 more Secret Service agents have been suspended. This is in the wake of the Trump assassination attempt that happened back on July 13. We've got an update from Fox News. They have some more insight into what exactly is happening there and how this will continue to move forward in the next coming days. Let's listen in.
Of those agents from the Pittsburgh field office, including the special agent in charge. And one agent is from Trump's personal protection team. Ahead of the July 13th rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, Trump's team and the Secret Service were aware of an Iranian plot to kill the former president. Although there is no connection between the rally shooter and Iran, the agents will now have to answer for the lack of security while knowing there was an active threat.
But the question is, what did these agents that were suspended, what duties did they have, and why weren't their duties fulfilled?
There is also a separate FBI investigation into the shooting, which in part is looking to see if criminal charges for negligence should be filed.
There is both an internal and an external independent investigation of what happened. I know that they will provide lessons learned to prevent such a failure from happening in the future.
Meanwhile, President Trump speaking about the Secret Service Thursday, saying while mistakes were made, he respects the agency.
I have great respect for Secret Service, the job they do, including a month and a half ago when they were jumping on top of me with bullets flying right at them.
There will be a bipartisan congressional visit to the rally site on Monday as lawmakers continue to look for answers and hold people accountable. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
Our thanks to CB Cotton for that latest information. Again, I told you we're sticking with this Trump rally that is happening there in Glendale, Arizona. Another speaker has just taken the stage. Let's listen in live.
But Donald J. Trump is in the way, and he has courageously taken a bullet. When Kamala Harris says, that she is for the people and that Donald Trump is for himself, I don't believe it. Es una mentira. Es una mentira. Donald Trump is for us. He took a bullet for us courageously. He doesn't have to do this. The Cuban poet Jose Marti said, there are people who are born to love, build, and create, and others who hate and divide and destroy. We have to move toward God. And Donald Trump is that builder. It's a spiritual warfare on those two paths. Hay gente que nacen para amar y construir, y otros para odiar y destruir. And that's what's happening to our country. It's being destroyed. Several months ago, this Francis Scott Key Bridge in Delaware was hit by a ship. What took 4 years to build was destroyed in less than a minute. Donald J. Trump, over 4 years, built this country. He built prosperity. He had peace around the world. We were safe. There were no wars where hundreds of thousands of people have died. And this weakness, from day one, the Harris-Biden administration declared war. They took the path of hate and destruction. The ship that has knocked down what Donald J. Trump built was not an accident. It was deliberate. On their first day in office, the Biden-Harris administration signed executive orders that basically began to destroy this country, opening our borders, creating wars around the world, giving us inflation that is out of control, and setting this country into slavery, because poverty is slavery. 60 million people in this country live in poverty. And that is no accident. It's a result of this war, of the destruction and hate that this administration has done in such a short period of time. But we cannot lose our country. We have hope. We have the United States, believe it or not, and I'm proud to be a Latino. We are the second largest Latino country in the world. We will be the biggest group by 2050, or maybe in a couple weeks, who knows. But we have the opportunity, the responsibility to build this country, but how are we going to do it? We're going to do it with the values that made America great, that combine, that unite all of us, all ethnicities: God, family, work, and freedom. Believe it or not, I'm older than most of you here. And in 1959, I was 5 years old. That puts me at 70, but Cuba was a very prosperous country in the Caribbean. It had tourism, it had Ernest Hemingway, it had sugar, it had cattle. And in 1959, Fidel Castro took it over. They said, this can't happen here. We're a prosperous country. But it happened. And what Fidel did, he took kids, pioneros, young children from their parents, and they indoctrinated them. He said, in the classroom, close your eyes and pray to God for candy. Cierre los ojos y reza a Dios por caramelo. Open your eyes, no candy. Then they said, cierre los ojos, close your eyes, y rezar, pray to Fidel Castro for candy. The teachers placed the candy on the desk, and when they opened their eyes, it's candy. And that's what they want to do with us. Now, the Cubans who left Cuba and fled to other countries, including here, but also to Venezuela, when I have family in Venezuela. Venezuela, one of the wealthiest countries in South America at the time. They have oil. They have resources. They were the top country in South America. And the Cubans there said, hey, look out, this is coming, beware. And they said, no, that's not going to happen here. But guess what? It did. It did. And so people come to this country looking for the freedom that they once had, looking for prosperity, for opportunity. And we're finding that disappearing. We're finding the middle class, we're finding our opportunities diminishing. 60 million people in poverty. And Donald J. Trump is sending out the red flag. Be careful. We can lose this country to communism. That's not a person thinking about himself. And it's not Kamala Harris thinking about the people, because they're bringing that communism, socialism, the few controlling the many, and let's have enough of the exploitation. Tara Lee Rodas was a whistleblower with ORR, Office of Refugee Resettlement and Health and Human Services. Last year, on April 26th, she testified that the United States is the middleman in trafficking of children, handing children off to sponsors, selling them, profiting them. It's a $250 billion business, the trafficking and exploitation of children. And yet, that number, she said that 85,000 children were missing. This week, what we found out is that not 85, not 100, 291,000 children are missing. By this administration, by a border czar that had control over that, by someone who's supposed to look for the root causes. What are the root causes? ¿Qué es el propósito de explotar a nuestros niños? The purpose is money and power. They want to stay in power. We cannot have the overlords stay in power and exploit the Latino community, exploit any human being, exploit this country and drive it into ruin. I had a speech, but I've been going off the cuff. and I had more, but, you know, the rest is boring. But you know, I'm already over 15 seconds, but Charlie, help me out here. So 4 years ago, I was in the White House. I just want to tell you this story. And I was invited to the White House Commission for Hispanic Prosperity. By the way, the Biden administration fired me. I guess they don't like Latinos or they don't want prosperity for Latinos or any of us. Sí se puede, sí se puede. So I was speaking about Donald Trump as a builder, and I said, the Holy Spirit is an amazing thing that happened. Put the word blessed on my lips, and I said we were blessed with Donald J. Trump, who's a builder and loves this country. And at that moment, he put, and perhaps before, put the hand of God went on Donald J. Trump, and has protected him ever since. In fact, on July 13th at 6:11 in the afternoon, and if you look at Ephesians 6:11, it says, "Put on the armor of God." And God, with his all-knowing and gentle hand, turned our president's head away from a bullet as evil and hatred shot him and grazed him. Oh, glory to God. Glory to God. We don't have a lot of superstars. We do have many, like Riley Gaines, but in our camp. But we have on our side Almighty God. And God has his hand on Donald J. Trump, and he will help lead this country closer to God. God bless you all.
All right, again, we've been just listening into some of those preliminary speakers before Trump takes the stand there in Glendale, Arizona at his rally. Of course, we're going to keep a close eye on this, but we are going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. Stay with us right here on Live Now. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Christina Evans. Of course, we've been following all things Donald Trump today and RFK Jr. because they do have those big announcement that came out. RFK has officially decided to step aside in that race. And we do know that Donald Trump has teased that at this rally in Glendale, Arizona, he is going to have a special guest. This could be RFK Jr. We do know that RFK again made that announcement earlier today in Phoenix, Arizona, which is only about 20 miles from downtown Phoenix, Glendale is. So we will see if that is his special guest. Of course, some of those speakers are already underway there inside there at the Arizona, inside that Glendale arena. Let's listen in here on Live Now.
We demand fiscal responsibility and we respect our free markets. But above all, at the core of all those beliefs is a deep and abiding dedication to human dignity. Now, there was a push by liberals a few years back to defund the police. I was the only, yeah, you're right, I was the only mayor nationally to publicly state that we would not defund our police as long as I was the mayor of this city. Yeah. You know, our motto in Glendale is we improve the lives of the people that we serve daily. We know that we can only do that by embracing solid conservative principles. The last 4 years of the Harris-Biden administration has seen Arizona flooded by fentanyl epidemic that has killed hundreds of Glendale residents. It's killed tens of thousands of Arizonans and hundreds of thousands of Americans. The liberal philosophies of the Harris-Biden administration has strained our economy, and that has contributed to the rapid growth in our homeless population. Unfortunately, that also includes our veterans who struggle to get the help that many of them need, while illegal aliens are getting free flights, they're getting free hotel rooms, they're getting cell phones, they're getting gift cards and more, and that's all paid for by you, the American public. 4 more years of the Harris-Biden administration will make it nearly impossible for this nation to keep its promise. And that promise is to give each U.S. citizen the opportunity to reach his or her full potential. Now, JFK once said, "Let us accept our own responsibility for the future." Let us accept our responsibility for the future. Let's join the grassroots ballots chasing effort, and each person in here, every one of you, do our part to send Donald Trump back to the White House. And finally, I want to recognize my police officers, both inside and outside this building. They're making certain that democracy prevails and every voice is heard, while at the same time providing the same level of service to our residents who are not able to be here today. So I want to thank you for being here today. I'm so proud to be the mayor of this wonderful city. I'm so proud to be a real Republican. So really quickly, help me. Trump, 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 Trump. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening in there to some of those early guests there at the Trump rally in Glendale, Arizona. Again, something that we're keeping a close eye on here as well at Live Now. We also want to talk about some of the things that are also wrapping up here on the political stage. We know that the Democratic National Convention just came to an end last night. Of course, it was a high for Vice President Kamala Harris as she became the first person of Black and South Asian descent to become a presidential nominee of a major party. I want to bring in now Fox 5's Linda Schmidt. She joins us now with a look at what's next for the Democrats. Linda, how are you this afternoon?
Hi there, Christina. Glad to be with you. Yeah, 4 days, lots of energy. It was electric in that room from what you could see every single day of those 4 days. But now what the Democratic Party has to do here and what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have to do is they have to be able to harness that. They have to take that energy and momentum from that convention, and then they have to be able to do something with it. And by do something, I mean get people out to vote. So this now is where the real work begins.
A president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self.
Kamala Harris taking a jab at Donald Trump after accepting the Democratic Party's nomination.
I accept your nomination to be president of the United States of America.
Harris calling on Americans to reject political division and instead chart a new course.
Let's get out there, let's vote for it, and together let us write the next great chapter in the most extraordinary story ever told.
There were plenty of digs directed at former President Trump, Harris painting him as erratic and a threat to America's security.
I will not cozy up to tyrants and dictators like Kim Jong-un who are rooting for Trump.
While Harris pledged to always stand up for Israel's right to defend itself, she also highlighted the suffering of Palestinians.
President Biden and I are working to end this war such that Israel is secure, the hostages are released, the suffering in Gaza ends, and the Palestinian people can realize their right to dignity, security, freedom, and self-determination.
Trump calling in to Fox News, criticizing the speech and Harris's record as vice president.
Why didn't she do the things that she's complaining about? All of these things that she talked about, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, we're going to do everything, but she didn't do any of it. She could have done it 3.5 years ago.
And by the way, Harris and Trump, they're going to be meeting for their first debate in just over 2 weeks from now on September 10th. Christina?
All right. Thank you, Linda, for those updates. And also, we know this afternoon, again, RFK Jr. did decide to kind of step aside in some of those battleground states, taking his name off of the ballot. Do you think that this is going to affect Kamala Harris and the Walz ticket as well?
Well, personally, I don't know what impact it's going to have. But when you talk to political pundits, they say when it came to the polls, he had anywhere between 2 to 6% of likely voters in several different battleground states. Now, those polls also have a margin of error, so you never know exactly how on point they are. So some people are thinking that because he's now pulled out of the race, that the people who were planning on voting to him might go to and will likely go to Donald Trump. But you never know. You don't know what people are going to do. They might decide, no, I don't want to vote for Trump. I want to vote for Kamala Harris and Tim Walz. You just don't know. And the election that should tell you that is every political pundit practically predicted that Donald Trump was going to lose to Hillary Clinton. And that came down to the wire. And we know what the result of that was. And 99% of the pundits were wrong on that one. So you just never really know what voters are going to do.
All right. Thank you, Linda Schmidt there with Fox 5 New York. Thank you for those updates.
Sure, you bet.
Okay, we're going to continue here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break, and we will be back with more from Harris. Trump, I should say. He's there at that rally in Glendale, Arizona. Stay with us. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Christina Evans. We've been keeping a close eye again on that Trump rally that's happening right there in Glendale, Arizona. We've been seeing some of those preliminary speakers start to step up to the mic. Let's listen in here on Live Now.
As we stand together on the brink of a crucial election, where we are called to choose leaders who will uphold the values that make our nation a beacon of freedom and justice. Thus bless us, O Lord, and all citizens casting this vote with wisdom to make the right choice, a choice fueled by an unwavering commitment to truth, integrity, and the common good. At the same time, may we never forget that we can disagree without ever becoming disagreeable, that we can battle ideas without ever battling people. Indeed, may we honor the dignity of difference and always recognize that one who is not in our image is nonetheless in your image. That people who are not like us are still people like us. Almighty God, bless all of the leaders of this great nation, and in particular, your humble servant, President Donald Trump. A true champion of faith, family, and freedom, with King David's vision and unwavering courage, and with King Solomon's wisdom and understanding heart, so that he can continue to lead this nation for many years to come, with ears to hear, eyes to see, a heart to feel, and hands to help and bring honor to your name and your blessing to humankind. Fortify him and us all, so that we may turn crisis into opportunity, bad into good, despair into hope, darkness into light. God, we also pray for the immediate and safe release of all of the hostages held in Gaza. May they return to the embrace of their families in good physical and emotional health immediately. Protect our brothers and sisters in the land of my ancestors, the land of Israel, especially the IDF and US forces who are courageously fighting a war of good versus evil against the evil terrorists who have waged war against the very foundations of morality and goodness in our world. Strengthen their hands, fortify their spirits, and grant them victory in their righteous struggle. As my mentors, the late Lubavitcher Rebbe and Rabbi Adin Evan Yisrael Steinsaltz of righteous memory taught, the world is not perfect, but it is perfectible. May we be inspired to continue to strive and fight for this perfection in our personal lives, in our communities, in our nation, and in our world. Finally, to quote our great teacher Moses, may it be your will that the glory of your presence dwell in the work of our hands indeed. May it dwell in the work of the hands of President Trump, our leaders and advisors, in the work of the hands of all of our courageous forces of goodness in our world, and in the work of our hands, and all of the citizens of this great state of Arizona and our great country, the United States of America. Ken Yehi Ratzon, may it be God's will, and let us say, Amen.
Lord, we praise you for your holiness, for your creation, and for loving us unconditionally. And with this in mind, we come to you now as a nation in need. A land that was once known as a beacon of liberty and freedom has fallen prey to violence, discord, and the bondage of sin. Those we have trusted to lead us have only led us astray and exposed our nation to threats, both at home and abroad. And so, Lord, we recognize that even though we as a nation have forgotten you and ignored your ways, you have not forgotten us. And we believe that as we return to you, that your favor will once again return to this land. Lord, you call us to pray for our national leaders, Lord. And we lift up to you right now President Donald J. Trump, that you will continue to strengthen him and surround him with righteous leaders who will guide him towards truth. Lord, we thank you for delivering him and from those who tried to harm him. And we recognize that favor is on his life for such a time as this. Grant him the strength and the humility to walk out your plans and purposes, not only for his life, but for this great nation as well. May we as your people, a nation under God and indivisible, be truly led by your Holy Spirit in every policy we promote, every apologetic we defend, and every strategy we implement. In times of victory, I pray that we point to you. In times of defeat, I pray that we lean on you. But Lord, with so much at stake, the slaughter of the innocents, the twisting of truth, the brainwashing of our children, we ask for victory, that you would fight our battles and save our nation for those who would seek to snuff out the lamp of liberty and bind the hands of justice. Give us ears to hear and eyes to see and the grace to do all that you've called us to do. This is your land and we are your people. In Jesus' name, amen.
All right, this is Andrew Kraft here. You've been watching some of these introductory speakers there in Glendale, Arizona, as they're getting ready to listen to former President Donald Trump there in the battleground state of Arizona. Thanks for being with us on your Friday afternoon. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're a little bit after the bottom of the hour here. We got a lot of stories to tell. Let's get right to it because this one has to do with former President Donald Trump. It has to do with the assassination attempt on his life back in July in Butler, Pennsylvania, and some measures being taken on accountability, so to speak, at the U.S. Secret Service. We are learning today that at least 5 total Secret Service members have been placed on administrative leave. Fox has confirmed this, 1 from Trump's own personal protective team, and then 4 from the Pittsburgh field office, including the special agent in charge. So that is quite significant here. Our friend Fox's CB Cotton has more on these developments. Let's watch.
Multiple Secret Service agents placed on leave following the attempted assassination of President Trump. 4 of those agents from the Pittsburgh field office, including the special agent in charge. And 1 agent is from Trump's personal protection team. Ahead of the July 13th rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, Trump's team and the Secret Service were aware of an Iranian plot to kill the former president. Although there is no connection between the rally shooter and Iran, the agents will now have to answer for the lack of security while knowing there was an active threat.
But the question is, what did these agents that were suspended, what duties did they have, and why weren't their duties fulfilled?
There is also a separate FBI investigation into the shooting, which in part is looking to see if criminal charges for negligence should be filed.
There is both an internal and an external independent investigation of what happened. I know that they will provide lessons learned to prevent such a failure from happening in the future.
Meanwhile, President Trump speaking about the Secret Service Thursday, saying while mistakes were made, he respects the agency.
And I have great respect for Secret Service, the job they do, including a month and a half ago when they were jumping on top of me with bullets flying right at them.
There will be a bipartisan congressional visit to the rally site on Monday as lawmakers continue to look for answers and hold people accountable. In New York, CB Cotton, Fox News.
CB, thanks so much. In the meantime, here I have in front of me a statement from House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, the congressman, the Republican there from Kentucky. He says this: there must be accountability at the Secret Service for its historic failures that led to the attempted assassination of President Trump. Holding negligent employees accountable is the first step. He says, I look forward to the task force's findings of its investigation. We must ensure the Secret Service does not fail again. Let's bring into the conversation our friend, national security analyst and expert, and retired Marine intelligence officer Hal Kempfer to go over some of these updates. Hal, good to see you. Happy Friday here. This is significant. I want to cite some of the analysis our friend Bill Gage, a former Secret Service agent and member himself, he told me this simply does not happen. He told me he's never seen this before, that members, at least 5 of who we know now, we don't know who they are specifically, individually, have been placed on administrative leave. Are you surprised or not by Bill Gage's assessment that he's never seen anything like this before?
Well, I'm not surprised Bill hasn't. You have to remember, we haven't had a president or a presidential candidate shot since, well, literally, President Reagan was shot in the early 80s. So yeah, you're talking about a very long time, over 40 years without a protectee having been harmed or shot in an attempt. So it's not surprising that he did not see that. I am not surprised, based on everything I've seen, that this is what's going on. And I look at the select group. It looks like they're really focusing on the Western Pennsylvania side, the Pittsburgh field office of the Secret Service. That gets into advanced work, all the prep, all the coordination with local law enforcement. They're the ones that really do that, and that's where it seems most of the breakdowns fall is in that, to include the communications problems that they've had. That again is an advanced work planning function that is probably centered on the Pittsburgh field office, and so that's why 4 of the 5 would be out of that. Now the 5th is actually a Secret Service agent that, according to reporting, was primarily focused on the advanced work. So there does seem to be a trend that they're looking at everything that was done prior to, all the coordination and those things that became, if you will, single points of failure along the way. That seems to be where the focus is. And interestingly, not surprisingly to me, is that they brought in the special agent in charge. You simply cannot, wish away that level of responsibility. If you're in charge of the field office, you're in charge of the field office. And if your agents don't perform, well, at some point that reflects on you.
Okay. We do have some more reporting on kind of the nature of what administrative leave means when it comes to the Secret Service. This is from Fox's David Spunt. He says the 5 were technically placed on quote unquote administrative duties, meaning they're still employed, but teleworking. They're no longer allowed in the field. They cannot do any investigative work. They are, quote, on leave from their investigative and protective duties. That is why, quote unquote, on leave, that term was used earlier today. These reassignments came after the Secret Service concluded internal interviews with their own people. The Secret Service was not able to interview them right away because the FBI was interviewing them for a separate criminal probe. Thus, the delay here in the administrative leave of administrative duties. Because it's been, what, now almost 2 months, Hal, and I think I was getting a lot of questions, why such a delayed action in response to the accountability factor here. That is why, according to David Spunt's reporting, that these agents had to do their own interviews with the FBI. The FBI is taking the lead on this criminal investigation here as well. Hal, do you think more will come out? This is, I'm going to couch my language here, at least 5 is what we know, according to our reporting. Numbers have likely gone up, but the Secret Service is not giving a specific number on the number of officers on leave.
I think you're going to see more. It's interesting. It originally came out and said administrative leave. There's a 2016 law where basically it was, they felt that system of putting people on paid leave, if you will, was being abused. So they said, look, you got to make a decision on these personnel matters. You just can't keep people in limbo forever. So it's often that they will put them into administrative duties. In other words, they're doing things, and in this case, remotely. That's another thing that's come out of COVID, that we can do remote work like that. But doing something remotely that is not in the field, it's not operational, it's not investigative in nature, while they're conducting the investigation. And of course, at some point, you would want to put them on administrative leave if you find the investigation is really focusing on them. I would point out, you have an internal review, an internal investigation by the Secret Service. They have to do that because it's their agency. But then you also have Department of Homeland Security's Office of Inspector General looking at this. You have the FBI looking at the possible criminal charges or a criminal probe with this. And then you also have Congress looking at this as well. So you have multiple investigations going they may have to put these agents on administrative leave, if nothing else, just to focus on the multiple interviews, if you will, the testimony they're going to have to provide to a variety of organizations that are looking at this, scrutinizing this very closely.
Yeah. Also, just some more analysis from our colleague Bill Gage, who used to work for the Secret Service during the latter Bush years and the Obama years. He said this: it is very difficult in the federal government to fire someone. He said it's really something reserved for a serious misconduct like an arrest or a DUI or a domestic assault here. So that's why Bill Gage was essentially saying he's never seen anything like this before. You know, Hal, that is a good segue into this story we brought our viewers about this time yesterday. Donald Trump was there at the southern border, Hal, in Arizona. He was talking about the border crisis, as he does. But during his visit, this manhunt was happening, Hal, looking for that individual right there. He's 66-year-old Ronald Lee Sivrud. He's been taken into custody for making threats against former President Trump on the very day he's in Arizona. Now, this was well known to reporters following Trump yesterday, to a lot of people on social media. We heard from the Cochise County Sheriff's Office in southern Arizona that they were looking for this individual. He has since been arrested for allegedly making death threats against Trump on social media the very same day Trump was in Cochise County. Now, Hal, I've been hearing a lot about the fact that how could Donald Trump's protective detail, knowing that a manhunt was happening during this trip to the southern border, during this visit, he spoke for more than an hour, Hal. Should he have still gone on with this event? Should the people following him on his detail let him go forward with this event here, knowing that a manhunt was underway for that individual there who made threats against Trump's life on social media? Should he have scrapped the whole thing altogether? He didn't. We showed our viewers it live in its entirety, but should he have?
He could have. That would be really a decision the Secret Service would make, to say, hey, look, you need to just scrap the whole thing. But that's based on the threat assessment. They looked at this. Obviously, they made a threat assessment that says, look, this guy's out there. He's made these threats on social media. He may have the means to do something, but we know what he looks like. You know, they felt comfortable enough that they felt that the former president could be out there and speak. Now, with that said, there was an interview he was doing, and at the interview, Secret Service did inform former President Trump. They said, look, we got to get you out of here. And so whatever had popped up during that interview was enough that they literally told him, hey, you got to go. And he stopped the interview right there. He says, I got to go. And it was very interesting. Two things came out of that. Number one was how dynamic the threat assessment process was, that they were changing it midstream like that. The other was, it was interesting to see how former President Trump didn't hesitate to do what is going on there. And I have to say that after what has happened in Butler, everybody is leaning forward as far as security is concerned. They take these threats very seriously, but as Bill Gage would tell you, there's always a threat. You know, any protectee somewhere out there, there's always a threat going on. So if you said, hey, we can't do this because of a threat, you wouldn't have a lot of functions, period, because there's always a threat. Somebody's always threatening somebody. So
yeah, I think that's a good explanation for kind of the threshold about, you know, what threats are deemed extremely serious, where you just can't even function if you're such a high-level protectee like former President Trump. To your point, Hal, Donald Trump, while he was delivering this very lengthy speech at the southern border, did not know about this manhunt. Obviously, many in the press, Cochise County, and other law enforcement officials did know about it during that time, which I thought was interesting. To your point, in that interview, I believe it was with News Nation, the reporter let him know about that, and then they stopped the interview altogether. And so I thought that was quite something. He was asked about this today in Las Vegas, what he knew and when. But when you talk about the threat threshold, so to speak, you know, does that preclude the Republican nominee for president from holding events. We know that bulletproof glass will now be put in front of former President Trump at any more outdoor rallies going forward. We saw that a couple of days ago in Asheboro, North Carolina. And it leads people to wonder, it leads viewers to wonder, well, why hadn't the Secret Service been doing that all along?
It's based on the threat assessment. It's based on what they think somebody might do with the protectee. This really did change things. You know, a high-powered weapon like that, and certainly got very close. You know, within 400 feet. That was really close to the protectee. And they're looking at the variety of events that he's going to be doing. And I think part of it is even if the glass itself doesn't provide complete protection. Many times you do something like that to deter would-be attackers so that they take that off the list of ways that they might try to attack, if you will. Their tactics, techniques, procedures, they're going to say, okay, we're not going to try that because, or I'm not going to try that because the protectee has glass around them and there's no way that a round would get through. That's important, you know, and I'm not going to get into the ballistics of the glass itself, but certainly there is no such thing as perfect security. But these are a variety of things, and I think up to Butler, they didn't think that something like this was probably necessary. But now there's the real level of protection provided the former president, but also the perception of the level of protection being provided the former president, and also the deterrence value of the perception of the level of protection being provided, and all of those are integral to a complete, comprehensive protection plan, security plan for someone of this status.
All right, Hal Kupper, we're going to have to leave it at that. Can't thank you enough for the expertise you provide. We do hope you have a good weekend, Hal. Talk soon.
Okay, you too, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, as we quickly and fastly approach the top of the next hour, we have a few more angles to these stories. Of course, we brought you that news yesterday coming out of Cochise County, Arizona, where former President Trump was speaking at length on the crisis at the southern border. While he was speaking, there was a manhunt underway for this individual right here. Let's put his mugshot up right now yet again here. That is 66-year-old Ronald Lee Sivrud. He was taken into custody. The sheriff's office there said he was arrested around 2:30 in the afternoon yesterday during a traffic stop. And the agency, the Secret Service, said this, that as part of the operations plan in place for the visit of Trump on today's date, locating the subject was a priority. An online search failed to turn up any social media accounts in Sivrud's name or any contact information for him. His name did not immediately appear on the list of inmates at the county jail, and there was no word yet on whether he had a court date or an attorney who could speak on his behalf. Now, the sheriff's office said he was booked on several outstanding warrants in Wisconsin for driving under the influence and failure to appear in court, as well as a felony hit-and-run charge in Graham County, Arizona, and a failure to register as a sex offender in Coconino County, Arizona. Now, former President Trump was asked about all of this that went down yesterday there in southern Arizona at his last stop in Las Vegas. You watched this live. This was a Q&A portion. It's about 2 minutes. Here's this exchange.
Police has learned that at least 5 agents have been put on leave after what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. As the protectee, I'm just curious, do you feel that disciplinary action is warranted? Are you still able to feel safe with your security needs? And you can answer the question.
Look, I have great confidence in the Secret Service. I've been dealing with them a long time. And I will say that I don't know about the 5 or the 6 agents that you're talking about. I think they're from, for the most part, a different area. But I will say that they have learned a lot. And we lost a tremendous person in Corey, as you know. We thought we lost 2 more, and they came back, and they're doing really well. They're doing really well. As you know, we had 2 people that were so horribly injured, nobody thought they could make it. And the doctors up in the area, in the Butler area, these doctors were unbelievable. They saved them, but these 2 were badly injured, and now they're doing well. But a lot's been learned, and it'll make it better, and it'll make it safer. I will say this, that they've never provided us, and I think it came from the White House, they've never provided us with the number of people that we should have had for the massive rallies that we had, like at the size of Butler. You saw thousands and thousands of people as far as the eye could see. And I've always said that. I mean, I just felt it. They never gave us the number of people in terms of Secret Service people that were necessary. And yet Biden, who would have 10 people at a rally, was loaded up with Secret Service. So I've complained about that for a long time. They never gave us the number of people necessary. They were working with, and I know requests were made, but they were working for a long time, and a long time without the proper number of people. I've seen that, and just common sense, you could see it, because we were getting crowds that were, so we had 107,000 people show up in New Jersey, in Wildwood, New Jersey. We had 88,000 people in South Carolina. We never had the number of people that were necessary to protect somebody in that, and including the people themselves. So I think they should probably look at that.
You mentioned rallies,
and that came out of Biden's office.
All right, there you have it. So that portion, excuse me, that was about the U.S. Secret Service news. 5 members placed on administrative leave. He did not speak at length about what happened yesterday in southern Arizona. In the meantime, though, speaking more, though, on this story regarding the Secret Service being placed on leave, at least 5 members, we are told in our reporting. We're getting a statement in from Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, on this very story. He says this: on July 13th, a heroic father, Corey Comparatore, was shot and killed at the Butler, Pennsylvania rally, and President Trump was shot in the head, just a millimeter away from being murdered, too. He says this was a complete failure by the Secret Service. He says today's decision to place multiple agents on leave is the agency's first step toward accountability, but it comes 41 days after the attempt on President Trump's life, and it's nowhere near enough, Speaker Johnson says in a statement. He goes on to say, since the Secret Service refuses to recognize reality and will not be transparent, the House's bipartisan task force will continue to aggressively and thoroughly investigate the shocking security failures, get answers, and bring accountability. In the meantime here, Speaker Johnson and other House GOP lawmakers commenting on this extensively. Well, so was Attorney General Merrick Garland today. He gave an announcement on yet another suit brought by the DOJ. We'll get into that in just a moment here. He was asked about the action regarding these Secret Service officers. Let's listen to how he responded to this question here.
We learned today that 5 Secret Service agents who were associated with the Butler rally were put on administrative leave. First of all, do you have a reaction to that? And secondly, could there be any criminal charges? Can anyone face criminal charges because of the security failure that day?
I don't know anything about the particular disciplinary actions that are being taken. I think the most that I can say is what the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security and the Acting Director of the Secret Service have said, which is this was a security failure, and there is both an internal and an external independent investigation of what happened that the Secretary of Transportation has set up, and there's a congressional task force on the same subject. Hopefully and I know that they will provide lessons learned to prevent such a failure from happening in the future.
Great, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, so there you have it. Attorney General Merrick Garland today. He was flanked by his deputy AG there, Lisa Monaco. When he was asked about this, he didn't know the particulars. That's what he told that reporter who asked there. So this was for a separate suit brought by the DOJ. We're going to get into what that is and what that was a little bit later on in some of our programming here, but it's almost the top of the hour, almost a new hour with so many more stories to get to. Remember, let's go back to Glendale, Arizona, where we're awaiting former President Donald Trump to speak to supporters there. He'll be joined by one of his newest supporters, a very high-profile supporter, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., dropping out of the race today and throwing his backing behind the former president. Right now, Arizona Republican Congressman Paul Gosar up at the podium. Let's listen.
Policies that are ruining this country. And we can send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue to work with the Republicans in Congress and this great country to get it back. Thank you so very much for your support. Get involved. It's what we got to do. God bless you. God bless President Trump. God bless J.D. Vance. God bless Arizona, and God bless the United States of America. God bless you.
Gentlemen, please welcome to the stage.
All right, so a little bit of a lull in the program there in Glendale, Arizona. But don't you worry, once former President Donald Trump does take the stage there, you'll be watching his entire rally remarks in full. Of course, we are told that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., after he dropped out of the race today, also in Arizona, and through his backing behind the former president, Donald Trump told us as much that this special surprise guest, they previewed and teased this yesterday in a statement, will be Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He will be on the stage there as well. It's been a couple days of surprises in the headlines and the political headlines as well. So I thought that was quite interesting, but we'll get into all of that in just a moment. It's 3 o'clock here on the West Coast. It's 6 o'clock there on the East Coast. We want to talk about what's going on in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell speaking today after the Fed meeting wrapped up there. And this is what he said about inflation, about potentially cutting interest rates. He said this, quote, "The time has come for policy to adjust." Now, what does that mean? Let's talk about all of this and more with our friend at the American Institute for Economic Research, William Luther. He joins me. All right, William, good to see you. You and I talk so much about where inflation is going, where interest rates are going. Is it all but certain now, after Powell said what was somewhat glib and somewhat vague? I would argue, I'm going to say it again, the time has come for policy to adjust. Is it all but certain that that means that is being telegraphed as a rate cut in September? Or is there room for movement in that very pithy statement there?
I don't think there's any room for movement. Okay. This is about as close as you're going to get to seeing Chair Powell say that rates are going to come down in September. You know, if you remember back to the previous FOMC meeting, he wasn't even willing to say then that that the Fed was going to cut in September. He was saying, well, you know, we think that might be on the table in September. But, you know, when he says the time has come for policy to adjust, that is pretty clear. The FOMC is going to be cutting rates in September.
Okay, so let's operate on that basis and that assumption here. Let's talk about what the cut might be. 25 basis points, 50 basis points, 75 basis points. Is it going to be modest or larger?
Well, markets are currently pricing in a 25 basis point cut in September. And I think that's very reasonable. You know, this is a slow-moving Fed, the slow-moving Fed that got us into some trouble by moving so slowly when inflation picked up. And I don't see them changing pace anytime soon. So they're going to be a little cautious to cut rates here. And starting off with a 25 basis point cut strikes me as the most likely outcome. The big thing, though, for me is seeing what markets are pricing in for the rest of the year. Remember, we have an FOMC meeting in November and then again in December as well. And currently, they're pricing in a 50 basis point cut for November and then another 25 basis point cut in December. So that would see us closing out the year with the federal funds rate target 100 basis points below where they are today. That's a pretty big move in a short period of time.
Yeah, and we know the federal funds rate right now is at a 23-year high, so that would be significant as well. What do you think went into this incoming decision by Powell to be so bullish on an interest rate cut? Was it the CPI report that we got just a couple of weeks ago, inflation falling below 3% on an annualized basis for the first time in 2021? Are they nearing that 2% target rate, and do they feel comfortable with it? Is this a soft landing, William?
Well, I think that it's really a host of incoming data. You know, Powell has stressed that the Fed is data dependent, and what we've seen is, to use his phrase, the labor market coming into better balance, supply and demand coming into better balance. And it's striking that in today's remarks, he was no longer talking about things coming into better balance. Instead, he was saying that the upside risk to inflation had diminished and the downside risk to employment had increased. So I think he's looking both at those falling inflation numbers, you know, the CPI averaging 1.9% over the previous month on an annualized basis, and just 0.4% over the last 3 months on an annualized basis. And then, of course, the unemployment rate ticking up as well.
Let's talk about the unemployment rate and jobs specifically. You and I have talked extensively about how much the job market has been roaring, and I think that has been plain as day to see. But we got news from the Bureau of Labor Statistics just last week, putting out some major downward revisions in the number of jobs created over a period from March, I believe, or April of last year to March of this year. 818,000 jobs were downward revised. That is a huge number. Now, how does Powell interpret news like that when making an interest rate decision here? Does he take that into account? And what does that speak to the overall job market? Is it as healthy as it's been projected by the Bureau of Labor Statistics? Did that piece of news give you pause going forward? Is that recession level worries?
Well, I think certainly he takes that into account, right?
Okay.
What it means is that the data that he was basing his decisions on previously were more favorable than or appeared more favorable than they actually were. In terms of the state of the labor market right now, I'm not so concerned on the employment front. And the reason I'm not so concerned is if you look at prime age employment, that is Americans who are between the ages of 25 and 54, you'll see that about 81% of those Americans were employed at the end of 2019, just prior to the pandemic. And about 81% of those Americans are employed today. And so for the bulk of the population that is in those prime working years, we see that they are in fact working in line with historical levels. The thing that concerns me is how slow real wages, that is inflation adjusted wages, have grown over the last few years. The pandemic recovery seems to be over. Real GDP has not quite converged to its pre-pandemic trend, and real wages haven't grown as fast in the period since 2020 as they were growing prior to 2020. So I'm more concerned about that in the labor market, that slow real wage growth, than in employment at the moment.
So, William, if we're getting a period of time in this quarter or annualized basis from April of last year to March of this year, that shows that the monthly jobs reports really can't be trusted because they're either upward revised or downward revised. Why do we put so much stock in the Bureau of Labor Statistics when they put out the jobs numbers for the month prior on the first Friday of each month here? Has that agency, that federal agency, has it lost credibility if we're talking about an 8,000 job revision downward, 818,000 rather?
Well, it is a very difficult job that those economists do at the BLS,
Okay.
and so I'm sure they're trying their best, and it's a tough thing to do. But that series is just very volatile. Even in normal times, you see those numbers being revised quite a bit from month to month, and sometimes they're revised up, and other times they're revised down. It's a very volatile series. But of course, we haven't been living in normal times. We've been living in some pretty extraordinary times where the job growth that we've seen has just been enormous. And of course, it was enormous because so many people lost their jobs in the early days of the pandemic. And so when you're talking about a change in magnitude of that size, it's not surprising to me that you could be off by a considerable amount.
All right, we're going to have to leave it at that. William Luther with the American Institute for Economic Research. Can't thank you enough. Have a good weekend. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, we do want to let you listen in to Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell with some of this news today there in Jackson Hole saying this: the time has come for policy to adjust. Let's watch.
As a city Fed, it's great to be back here today. 4.5 years after COVID-19's arrival, the worst of the pandemic-related economic distortions are fading. Inflation has declined significantly. The labor market is no longer overheated, and conditions are now less tight than those that prevailed before the pandemic. Supply constraints have normalized, and the balance of risks to our two mandates has changed. Our objective has been to restore price stability while maintaining a strong labor market, avoiding the sharp increases in unemployment that characterized earlier disinflationary episodes when inflation expectations were less well anchored. While the task is not complete, we have made a good deal of progress toward that outcome. Today, I will begin by addressing the current economic situation and the path ahead for monetary policy. I will then turn to a discussion of economic events since the pandemic arrived, exploring why inflation rose to levels not seen in a generation and why it has fallen so much while unemployment has remained low. So let's begin with the current situation and the near-term outlook for policy. For much of the past 3 years, inflation ran well above our 2% goal, and labor market conditions were extremely tight. The FOMC's primary focus has been on bringing down inflation, and appropriately so. Prior to this episode, most Americans alive today had not experienced the pain of high inflation for a sustained period. Inflation brought substantial hardship, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials, like food, housing, and transportation. High inflation triggered stress and a sense of unfairness that linger today. Our restrictive monetary policy helped restore balance between aggregate supply and demand, easing inflationary pressures and ensuring that inflation expectations remained well anchored. Inflation is now much closer to our objective, with prices having risen 2.5% over the past 12 months. After a pause earlier this year, progress toward our 2% objective has resumed. My confidence has grown that inflation is on a sustainable path back to 2%. Turning to employment, in the years just prior to the pandemic, we saw the significant benefits to society that can come from a long period of strong labor market conditions. Low unemployment, high participation, historically low racial employment gaps, and with inflation low and stable, healthy real wage gains that were increasingly concentrated among those with lower incomes. Today, the labor market has cooled considerably from its formerly overheated state. The unemployment rate began to rise over a year ago and is now at 4.3%, still low by historical standards, but almost a full percentage point above its level in early 2023. Most of that increase has come over the past 6 months. So far, rising unemployment has not been the result of elevated layoffs, as is typically the case in an economic downturn. Rather, the increase mainly reflects a substantial increase in the supply of workers and a slowdown from the previously frantic pace of hiring. Even so, the cooling in labor market conditions is unmistakable. Job gains remain solid, but have slowed this year. Job vacancies have fallen, and the ratio of vacancies to unemployment has returned to its pre-pandemic range. The hiring and quits rates are now below the levels that prevailed in 2018 and 19. Nominal wage gains have moderated, and all told, labor market conditions are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019, a year when inflation ran below 2%. it seems unlikely that the labor market will be a source of elevated inflationary pressures anytime soon. We do not seek or welcome further cooling in labor market conditions. Overall, the economy continues to grow at a solid pace, but the inflation and labor market data show an evolving situation. The upside risks to inflation have diminished, and the downside risks to employment have increased. As we highlighted in our last FOMC statement, we are attentive to the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. The time has come for policy to adjust. The direction of travel is clear, and the timing and pace of rate cuts will depend on incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. We will do everything we can to support a strong labor market as we make further progress toward price stability. With an appropriate dialing back of policy restraint, there is good reason to think that the economy will get back to 2% inflation while maintaining a strong labor market. The current level of our policy rate gives us ample room to respond to any risks we may face, including the risk of unwelcome further weakening in labor market conditions. So let's now turn to the questions of why inflation rose and why it has fallen so significantly even as unemployment has remained low. There's a growing body of research on these questions, including Gowdy Eggerson's work, which we'll shortly discuss, and this is a good time for this discussion. It is, of course, too soon to make definitive assessments. This period will be analyzed and debated long after we are all gone. The arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic led quickly to shutdowns in economies around the world. It was a time of radical uncertainty and severe downside risks. As so often happens in times of crisis, Americans adapted and innovated. Governments responded with extraordinary force, especially in the United States. Congress unanimously passed the CARES Act. At the Fed, we used our powers to an unprecedented extent to stabilize the financial system and help stave off an economic depression. After a historic...
All right, so you were listening there to Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell. Wanted to let you listen to just a little bit of this as we learned that with inflation nearly defeated and the job market cooling, the Federal Reserve is prepared to start cutting its key interest rate from its current 23-year high. That's according to remarks you just heard there from Jerome Powell in Jackson Hole. In the meantime, let's take a quick commercial break. 3:15 here on the West Coast, 5:15 there in the Windy City. We'll be checking in with some of our Fox 32 Chicago friends about how cleanup is going now there in Chicago as the Democratic National Convention has come to a close. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Just want to say, if you were watching throughout the last 4 days and nights, we want to thank you for watching, for choosing Live Now as your go-to unfiltered source for all things Democratic National Convention. Well, now the cleanup starts there in Chicago. Fox 32's Casey Cronus has a look at how the cleanup is going. She joins me. Casey, good to see you. How big of a task is this?
Hey, Andrew, it's great to hear from you and chat with you as well. After a busy week, crews got started right away, right as those balloons were dropping in the United Center last night. Crews were in position, ready to start dismantling everything. And it is a tall task, but they are working quickly. Here's a live look at what's going on right now. We're at Washington and Wood, so just on the edge of the United Center's main parking lot. And right now, they are loading up concrete barriers onto a flatbed truck, moving those out of the way of, for residents here who really have had their lives kind of turned upside down in the last week as they've had to navigate through various barriers. Now, take a look at the video that we shot just earlier this afternoon. As I mentioned, teardown really got underway last night, and those crews were working overnight to really make some progress on this, deconstructing temporary security structures, tents, and collecting those barriers. Now, residents who live inside the perimeter, they are now through with ID checks and vehicle screenings, but some no parking restrictions on side streets will remain in place for a couple more days. They tell us they are relieved things are being torn down.
I think we're more than relieved to see it kind of go. I've heard a lot of great feedback about how great the city is, which I already know, but I think we're ready for us to get our lives back on track, I guess, yeah.
So it took a while, of course, to set all of this up. Probably going to take a little bit less time to deconstruct it all. By Sunday night, city officials say that 75% of their equipment and fencing will be removed from curb lanes. And by Monday night, their mission to take all of this down will be complete. We've already seen the DNC 2024 signage being packed onto golf carts and taken away. So it is now one for the history books.
And now it's over to your point, Casey. I just wanted to get your sense, your assessment there. How is the city responding to the security preparations that were made? Are they chalking this up as a success? We brought our viewers each and every night some of these pretty large protests of these Gaza war demonstrators making their voices heard. Did this go off without a hitch, or are there lessons to be learned from the city's standpoint?
City officials held a news conference this morning, which included CPD Superintendent Larry Snelling and Mayor Johnson. Both of them commended the city's departments for working in unison to make this happen, and so smoothly at that. The mayor commending the police department, Larry Snelling commending his federal partners as well. And while we did see some tense moments during protests over the last several days and some arrests, of course, overall, things really went very well for the police department. I walked with the march last night, and it was really incredible to see the police department and just how well organized and well thought through their plan was. Superintendent Snelling was right there at the front, marching the whole way, and the police just had it down to a science last night. We did witness one arrest yesterday as things kind of kicked back up around 9-10 o'clock. But overall, officials are calling this a huge success.
All right, Casey Cronus there live for us in Chicago. Casey, we're going to listen to some of those officials right now. Can't thank you enough. We'll talk soon. Have a good weekend.
Talk soon. You as well.
All right, and that was somewhat of a great preview, because we do want to let you listen to some of these Chicago officials led by Mayor Brandon Johnson and also Chicago police officials. Kind of give the lowdown and a recap and a summary of how, in Casey Cronus's words there and others, their efforts for security paid off. Let's listen.
catastrophe.
Yes, there were individuals who were rooting against Chicago, and they were rooting for violence and chaos. It's no different than what Governor Abbott is doing, attacking our city. Chicago's rising above that, and we always will. As far as, you know, their impetus or their motivation, you know, behind it, I mean, you can only speculate, but here's the thing. Those individuals who were provocating or wishing that there would be chaos, these are the same individuals who justified January 6th. These people are dangerous. But we're grateful that we brought this country together, because that's what it's really about. Chicago uniting this city, as well as uniting this country and really setting a marker of how democracy has to exist around the globe. And Chicago, we did it. We did it. We did it.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
How do you hope to capitalize on the DNC's momentum to tackle the next items on your agenda? And can you... That
there would be chaos. These are the same individuals who justified January 6th. These people are dangerous, but we're grateful that we brought this country together, because that's what it's really about. Chicago uniting this city, as well as uniting this country and really setting a marker of how democracy has to exist around the globe. And Chicago, we did it. We did it. We did it.
Good morning, Mayor.
Good morning.
How do you hope to capitalize on the DNC's momentum to tackle the next items on your agenda? And can you give us a preview of what priorities you hope will benefit the most?
Yeah, you know, look, everybody knows, you know, that in order for us to build a better, stronger, safer Chicago, you have to protect people and invest in people. That we've already previewed that. As the superintendent said, homicides are down, shootings are down, violence is down in the city, and investments are up. $20 billion of new investments in the city of Chicago. I don't know if there's any other person in here can find any mayor within the first 15 months of their tenure to reduce homicides by double digits and bring $20 billion of new investment, $1.25 billion for the west and south side of the city of Chicago. $1.25 billion. That is the largest investment for community and neighborhood development in the history of Chicago. You know, so we're going to continue to do what we've always done. We're going to attract the world as, of course, our beloved black Haitian immigrant and his beloved partner, the Potawatomi woman, when they set up the trade post of the Chicago River, they always saw this as a global epicenter. Chicago is the global capital city of the world. So I don't know if that means we get more revenue from the rest of the world, but it sure looks like it. That's the last part of your question. Yes, there's going to be benefits. Yes, absolutely. And we're already seeing the return on those investments. The big point, though, is many of these investments were happening well before the convention even got here. So what we have is just like adding more sprinkles to a very beautifully fine, decorated red velvet cake.
But in terms of new investments, what specifics do you think, you know, the time is now?
Listen,
no, but in terms of like CTA,
Alice, I hear what you're saying. I get your point. It's already happening. That's all I'm saying. It's already happening. I'll say it like this. There was a young student I was able to talk to during our budget roundtables. And thank you to our budget director, by the way, because she kept everything on budget. Annette Guzman, y'all give her some love. She kept my budget balanced. So Alice, to your point, because we see where the investments are, public transportation, environmental justice, all of these things are happening. Housing, a small business expansion, all that is already happening. But this young kid, I asked him that same question. I said, what else can we do to make your life better? You know what this young student said to me, 16 years old, this little girl? She said, do more of what you're already doing. So we're going to do more of what we're already doing.
Question for the superintendent.
Finally, good grief.
Good morning, superintendent.
Hey, good morning. One moment before because I kick myself if I left up here and I didn't speak about Director Glenn Brooks from Community Policing, who has been out there for every single protest and communicating back and forth, just the work that he does out there. So, I just realized he was hiding in the back there, so sorry about that, Sam.
You mentioned a little while ago, obviously communication has been widespread among all agencies, but specifically your conversations with the Corporation Council. What advice did you receive, and how was that applied throughout the week?
Well, it's not just about receiving advice. It's about questions throughout, right? If we saw something that we weren't exactly sure was lawful or unlawful, obviously, I have my legal affairs team, and speaking directly with Mary's team was just amazing for us. So we were able to bounce ideas off of each other just to see what the best approach would be in particular situations where we had questions about whether some gatherings were lawful or not. So I just can't talk enough about that communication, and it helped us out a lot.
Was that specific to the end, kind of last night, towards the end of things after the convention let out? It got a little tense as delegates were leaving the United Center, and they were, people were chanting shame, shame, shame at them. Like, was that one of the incidents you're referring to?
No. So that was a particular case where we just wanted to make sure that the delegates were safe when they were walking by that group of people, because they lingered. Most people had left. They lingered around. We just wanted to make sure that there was no violence that occurred and that those delegates were safe as they were traveling toward public transportation. But it's other things, just about gatherings in the park, speakers, things of that nature.
Superintendent, the tense moments at the protest last night, I wanted to ask about that. We heard a dispersal order. There was contact between police and protesters. And then later on, when the delegates were walking by, there were no officers to be seen. Can you just explain what happened there and what police did to defuse the situation?
Well, we diffused that situation by this, and I just want to let everybody know in the room, and I'm not going to call them media or members of the media. I will say they had press passes. And those individuals would not move. If you walk by there were more people out there with press passes than there were protesters. And we really had a hard time getting them to move. And it made the situation more chaotic. So we realized as long as we were there were certain members with press passes that were expecting a clash. And I explained to everybody there won't be one. So if you're waiting for the carnage, you can leave. But that didn't happen. So when we started to pull our officers out, we realized there was nothing else there for them to film because the expectations of a clash disappeared. But we did have officers still out there. They just weren't highly visible at that moment because we wanted to make sure that those delegates were safe when they were going by. We had people around CTA and on the platforms to make sure that no one was attacked over there.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning.
Early on, we had these projections of 25,000 protesters showing up. Do you have a good gauge on how many actually showed up? And when it comes to the arrests and things, how it breaks down relative to misdemeanors, felonies, that kind of thing?
So we looked at the numbers. I don't have the exact numbers, but we estimated the first crowd to be somewhere around 3,500 to maybe 4,000 people on Monday. It's kind of hard to gauge what happened on Tuesday because there were people who came in, and that group was relatively small compared to Monday. Wednesday was also a large group, upwards of 2,000, 2,500 maybe. And then last night was probably in that same realm, maybe around 3,000. So when you look at the number of protesters, thousands of protesters who came here and engaged in First Amendment activity, and some came for other reasons, to engage in violence, vandalism, 74 arrests, no major injuries to the officers, just shows what a great job these officers did and how the training applied to that. So we can get you a breakdown of that because we're actually working on a FOIA portal right now to put all of those arrests up in the breakdown, so you'll be able to get that information.
And I do have one follow-up to the mayor. Your voice sounds a little bit hoarse today. I imagine there was some celebration last night after the convention. Can you tell us on a personal level what it means to you that a woman of Black and Indian descent is now representing the Democratic Party as the nominee for President of the United States?
It means my daughter, Brayden, is 10 years old. She gets to see a reflection of her being as well as the full expression of her values. Look, I had the opportunity to travel from state to state to state to state within the convention. And I can tell you, whether it's North Carolina or Tennessee, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, people are excited around the country for Kamala Harris. It is truly a love story. It is. And that is the beauty of this moment, because all of that which is historic, that transforms our globe, it starts right here in Chicago. Now, Dilla, the great historian, says that everything dope about America comes from Chicago. I would just take it one step further, is that we are truly a capital city for the globe. Yeah.
It's still morning. Good morning. Superintendent Snelling, this is not a DNC-related question, but still something related to public safety. Over at Injustice Watch this week, we co-published an investigation with Bold Magazine that showed that over the last year, and this is based on OEMC data and CPD data, that over the last year, Chicago police failed to report 200,000 traffic stops to state regulators in violation of state law that requires all of those stops to be reported to the state. And in that data, it shows that in your first 7 to 8 months as superintendent, 1 out of 3 traffic stops went unreported to the state. Why do you think your officers are failing to report these traffic stops, and what will you do to make sure that they do report them?
Well, the first thing I'd have to do is look at the data that you have. We'd have to look.
Your folks did look at the data.
But here, again, we'd have to look at that.
They did.
Break that down. Again, once we do that, I can answer that question. Right now, this is not about traffic stops. This is about the DNC. So you can try to turn this into something else all you want.
Into 200,000 traffic stops.
So here's the deal. When we get that information, and I sit down with my people, then I'll be able to better answer that question.
Mayor Johnson, your office refused to provide a comment on this story, and we're hoping that you would comment on it now.
Looks like your hopes won't be fulfilled. The city of Chicago just displayed some of the best policing in the history of America. These systems that we inherited, because I know your research has done this as well, these systems were jacked up. 1968 was. 2024 isn't. Is there anybody else that has a question?
Could you please pass the mic back? Thank you. Right here, and then I'll pass it back. Go down. Thank you.
Also for the superintendent, Megan Hickey, CBS Chicago. Forgive me if I missed it, but did you give an exact number of arrests just yesterday?
Just yesterday?
Yeah.
There was only 1 arrest made yesterday, but that was for obstruction of traffic.
Okay. And then can you comment on the decision to hold protesters who were charged with municipal violations for sometimes hours at a time? We heard 8 or 9 hours in some situations. The National Lawyers Guild said the Pretrial Fairness Act allows you to, cite and release them in those cases.
You know what? I'd actually have to look at those particular cases. There may be some circumstances around that.
Okay.
So, and it could be processing. I'm not really sure at this point. But sometimes scenes are chaotic. And when we have chaotic scenes, we have to move people. And to move people, it calms situations down. As long as we have people who are standing and they continue to make noise, it draws attention. And the more attention it draws to the officers and the overall situation. Those situations become volatile. And in order to keep that down, to reduce the risk of having to use force or take more people into custody, we may have to move people quickly. And that may lead to some processing issues. But in those particular instances, I don't have all of the facts with me right now, but I'm sure we'll be able to talk about that.
And your team's planning to publish a whole list with citations and all that information?
That's correct.
Okay. Cool.
That's correct, yes.
Superintendent, while you're there, Mike Krauser with BBM Radio asked me if I could ask this question of you. It's the 1-year anniversary of the shooting at Sox Park. Where does this investigation stand?
Come on.
I'm asking for a friend.
Really? Here's what I'm going to tell you. We're going to get back to that one too, right? This.
All right, you've been listening there to the Chicago Police Superintendent alongside Mayor Brandon Johnson with the recap and summary of how they think the Democratic National Convention and their security preparations went, whether or not they were effective and successful. You heard there they were taking questions about a number of instances. We reported, according to Fox 32 there in Chicago on Wednesday, 72 arrests were made in the wake of some of these Gaza war demonstrations. The march on the DNC, remember, you watched some of those really incredible scenes of some of these scuffles with police there down on the ground, far enough away from the United Center, but happening nonetheless in Chicago. All right, I'm Andrew Kraft. Let's take yet another quick commercial break. When we come back, though, we'll be getting into some of these events former President Donald Trump has held today and will hold later today as well, talking about some of his economic platform, including this somewhat novel policy plank, no tax on tips. It's also been somewhat adopted as well by Vice President Harris and her campaign. Very rare you see a Democratic ticket and a Republican ticket going on the same issue in the same platform. It's rare. We're going to talk about all of that and more in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Hope you're having a good Friday and a good start to your weekend. Let's get into more of these top stories. Well, former President Trump campaigning this afternoon in Las Vegas. You watched it live to talk again about his pitch for no tax on tips. Nevada, of course, is a hot spot for service and hospitality jobs. So many of those workers there rely on tips as part of their overall income. Well, Fox News multimedia reporter Sunny Sai has the lowdown on Trump's visit there and whether or not this issue in his platform is resonating with this industry. And Sunny joins me from Las Vegas. Sunny, good to see you here. What more do we know?
Hi, Andrew. Thank you for having me. The last time former President Trump was in Sin City for his June rally, he introduced this concept of no tax on tips. And today he was back in town to break down his promise to help the working families in the service industry. Former President Trump stopped by a local Las Vegas restaurant to show his support for workers who rely on tips. Trump says if he is elected president, not only will this no tax on tips take place very fast, but it also means workers will keep 100% of the tips they make. Trump also took a couple jabs at Vice President Kamala Harris.
Kamala Harris is now pretending to endorse my policy. She's got a lot of other policies. She's a copycat. She's a flip-flopper. You know what a flip? She's the greatest flip-flopper in history. She went from communism to capitalism in about 2 weeks.
Earlier this month, Vice President Kamala Harris put out her own no tax on tips plan while at her rally in Las Vegas. The Washington Post reports people familiar with the Harris campaign's discussions say Harris would try to tie legislation regarding tax on tips with an increase to a national tipped minimum wage.
And it is my promise to everyone here, when I am president, we will continue our fight for working families of America. Including to raise the minimum wage and eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
Trump had a busy week on his campaign trail with pit stops in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Georgia. He'll wrap up his week with a rally later today in Glendale, Arizona. Back to you.
You know, Sonny, I'm just kind of curious, do Nevada voters there, especially in this industry and sector, do they care that Harris and Trump are both kind of adopting this policy platform? Does it matter to them or not on who gets this done if elected?
I have seen Culinary Union release a statement about how they feel about this. Obviously, a lot of people here rely on tips. Nevada is one of those states where there is a minimum wage and then they get their tips. But yes, a lot of Culinary Union people did show up to this restaurant today to see what Trump is going to say and what no tax on tips actually means and how it's going to roll out and look for them in the future.
All right, Sunny Side there in Vegas, Sin City. Have a good weekend. Good stuff, as always. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
All right. In the meantime here, we are still talking about former President Trump as he will rally his supporters there in Glendale, Arizona, not too far from now. Oh, in about 15 minutes or so, we could see former President Trump there on the rally stage. That's, of course, the head of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, getting the crowd ready for this. We also have a live picture outside the rally, as well as so many attendees are flocking to hear former President Trump in this battleground state. Of course, the state he lost very narrowly back in 2020, but lost nonetheless here. We're hearing as well from Glendale Fire saying that they have responded to over 100 patient contacts in connection to the Trump rally and the heat outside. In the meantime here, that is Nicole Christine. We're about to speak with her inside the rally. She is standing by for us. It's very loud. We're going to do our best here. Nicole, good to see you. When is this going to get underway, and what should we expect? This surprise guest Trump is going to trot out on stage. I think we know who it is now, don't we?
I think we probably do. Hi, Andrew. Thanks for having me. Hopefully you can hear me all right. It is quite the lively crowd and a lot of fans of Charlie Kirk here. We do not know exactly who the special guest is going to be, but with Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s announcement earlier today, I know a lot of fingers are pointing in his direction. And so we should be hearing from Kari Lake. You just heard the applause there for her name being announced. We'll still be hearing from her. And then, of course, Trump is coming out in that special guest. So we'll be here and we will be bringing you a bunch of coverage from that. You did mention the heat. A lot of people today suffering. Over 100 patient contacts were made by Glendale Fire, and that was outside before people were able to come in. But now we've got thousands of people gathered in here. As you can imagine, during these speakers that they've had so far, the topics have included the border, securing the border here in Arizona and throughout the United States, banning abortion. They've discussed a lot about transgender athletes and transgender bathrooms, and keeping faith at the front lines, especially in education. That was the point of several of the speakers. And of course, they're talking about the Biden administration and the fact that there has been a lot of things that have gone wrong in that administration, in the minds of these Republicans, and that the Harris administration would just be more of the same. Now, again, Trump has not taken the stage yet. Kari Lake has not taken the stage yet, so we're still waiting on some of those bigger name speakers. But we did talk to some guests, some attendees today in line. They were really excited about the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. endorsement. They were saying that they think that he could be a good match for Trump. They think that they could work well together. And there were some people who were saying, you know, the Kennedy Democrats of the past aren't a thing anymore. There was an older gentleman that we spoke to said, I was raised a Kennedy Democrat, and I don't feel like there are many of us left, and those that are left are voting for Trump. That was his opinion. So it's going to be interesting to hear what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has to say if he comes to the rally today, and of course what Trump has to say about that endorsement. So we will be here with coverage for Fox 10 Phoenix, and we can hop back in and chat with you later on if needed as well. But for now, reporting in Glendale, Nicole Christine, Fox 10 News.
Yeah, Nicole, great reporting as always. That was one of my questions. You know, how are some of these, Trump diehard supporters reacting to the news today that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Dropped out, threw his backing behind the former president? Some good stuff there. Carrie Lake, it's her birthday today. Anything planned there on the rally stage?
We haven't heard anything specific. I wouldn't be surprised. We have had a couple of speakers who have already mentioned her birthday, and that's been met with, as you can imagine, a lot of applause. So I wouldn't be surprised if there was something coming up. She, again, hasn't taken the stage yet, so she's going to be one of those last standing people who are talking, one of those big names. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we do see something for her birthday celebrated. Nothing official has been announced, though.
All right, Nicole Christine there live for us in Glendale, Arizona. Nicole, I can't thank you enough. We'll talk soon.
Thank you, Andrew.
All right, in the meantime here, of course, we're gearing up for that rally there. Let's just listen to a little bit. Charlie Kirk still at the stage. Of course, we're going to be checking in with some more of our reporters, getting more reaction from voters, specifically on the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. news. We also heard from members of his family who have vehemently disagreed with the entire premise of his candidacy itself there. So we have a statement from them. But we'll be hearing possibly from RFK Jr. on the stage. Remember, Donald Trump said that RFK Jr. will be in attendance there at this rally. Of course, he made this announcement in Phoenix today. He's not entirely sure what type of role he will have there in Glendale. That remains to be seen. Either way, you will be watching it from start to finish. In the meantime, let's keep listening.
You have been gaslit these last 4 days watching the DNC. And today we put on full display the strength, the width, the depth of this incredible movement. I can tell you, looking at where this country is and what would happen if Kamala Harris becomes president, price controls, open borders, maybe World War III. Thankfully, that's a new one. They're chanting crazy, crazy Kamala. It's a new one. By the way, I wouldn't expect anything different. It's a group of young conservative men. You know, young men are the most conservative they've been in 50 years, by the way. It's great. Today is our 2-year-old's birthday. And I look at my daughter, and that is my why. And for those that are parents, you know exactly what I mean. Knock on that extra door, go that extra mile, talk to that extra friend. Because throughout voting month and culminating on the 5th of November, I believe it will go down as a day that people remember, as a day that is written about in history books, as the final battle from the golden escalator on down, from defeating Hillary Clinton, from the nonsense of 2020, from Butler, Pennsylvania, November 5th, it all culminates where we restore the promise that the founders gave us. And they said, hey, if the people want it, the people get it. And we, the people, take back America. God bless Arizona, and thank you so much.
All right, you've been listening there. Charlie Kirk, of course, the founder of Turning Point USA, one of the nation's most preeminent and largest youth conservative groups there, kind of hosting this in conjunction with the Trump campaign today in Glendale, Arizona. In the meantime here, let's focus our efforts yet again on politics, but also what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. did today as well. He suspended his campaign, the independent candidate, making the announcement today in Phoenix. I want to put this up. Team Trump there with this graphic touting the endorsement by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. In the meantime here, we do want to head out to Fox News multimedia reporter Kennedy Hayes. She's standing by live in Phoenix where this all unfolded today, and she joins me. Kennedy, good to see you here. If you were in the room, and I think you were, how did this all go down?
To see you as well. Well, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. says he is endorsing former President Donald Trump and spent much of the time explaining how and why he went from entering the presidential race as a Democrat to fully supporting the GOP nominee.
Three great causes drove me to enter this race in the first place, primarily. And these are the principal causes that persuaded me to leave the Democratic Party and run as an independent, and now to throw my support to President Trump. The causes were free speech, the war in Ukraine, and the war on our children.
The independent candidate says he will remain on the ballot only in states that are not swing states, so he is not a, quote, spoiler for Harris and Trump. His announcement comes after he'd gotten on the ballot in nearly half of all states, but he lacks support from key battleground states like Arizona and Pennsylvania. Kennedy said he'd had enough signatures to be on the ballot everywhere, but RFK Jr.'s campaign was on a rocky road, running low on funds and facing a lawsuit. A judge disqualified Kennedy from New York's ballot last week, ruling he lied about having a home address there. Now we're waiting to see what sort of effect Kennedy's endorsement has on the race. According to the latest Fox News national poll, of those who said they would vote for RFK Jr., 27% said Harris would be their second choice, and 41% said Trump would be theirs. And Trump commented on Kennedy's endorsement, saying it was, quote, very nice, and that he plans to continue to talk about it at his rally tonight, which is just outside of Phoenix. Andrew?
Yeah, Kennedy, I think we're all wondering what role Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is going to have at this rally that is happening, as we speak. We're about to get back to it here. Will he have a speaking slot? Will he have just a cameo appearance? I guess that remains to be seen. Do you have anything on that?
Well, I can tell you Trump's campaign says there will be a special guest. Whether that guest is Kennedy, that is unclear, but we will see in just about an hour or so.
All right, Kennedy Hayes there live for us in Phoenix. Kennedy, thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime here, a little bit more, though, on the Robert F. Kennedy Jr. news. I want to put this up yet again from Team Trump with that shaking hands emoji, President Trump and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. there. Simpatico, so it seems. And we'll just have to wait to see what Robert F. Kennedy Jr. might say there. We heard from Donald Trump in Las Vegas today. He was asked whether the special guest is Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He confirmed as much that RFK Jr. will be in attendance for the Glendale rally as well. In the meantime here, we're going to be talking to some of our political reporters after the Trump rally is all said and done here. But Arizona Republican Senate candidate Kari Lake has taken to the stage. Let's listen.
And we don't need free concerts. We're here because we love America. I think I want to speak to my old friends in the fake news because, it's funny. They've been trying to say specifically that in Arizona, the MAGA movement is dying. Do me a favor. Let's let those guys back there in the fake news know that MAGA is alive and well in Arizona. Let them hear it. Oh, it's funny. It's actually pretty funny. It's actually pretty funny because they're saying that MAGA is dying, but you know what's dying right before our eyes? The fake news is dying and the propaganda. They're made-up narratives combined with their bogus polls in their attempt to take the oxygen out of this movement. There is no suppressing MAGA. You can't suppress us. So we're not going to let them take this amazing energy in this arena out. We've got to turn them off. Are you okay with that? Turn them off. Turn the TV off. Get rid of your subscriptions if you're still getting the newspaper, because it's not worth it. We need this energy for the next 2.5 months, and we can't let any of it die down. So, by the way, thank you for the beautiful happy birthday song. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It was 55 years ago. Thank you. Oh, we got the rowdy ones over here. Oh, man. Okay, 55 years ago, in the summer of '69, my mom, Sheila, delivered her 9th and final baby, yours truly. I wish that my mom and my dad were alive right now to see this. I really do. My mom was a nurse. My dad was a very successful head football coach. And I will tell you this, speaking of football coaches, we've heard a lot about them lately. Coach Larry Lake supplied the young men that he was coaching with helmets and shoulder pads. Unlike this assistant coach, Tim Walls, who supplied his young men with tampons and maxi pads. What the hell? What the hell? That is the most absurd and twisted thing I've ever heard. I do know though, if my parents were alive today, they would be right up here in the front row, right by my daughter. And they would be cheering me on with a MAGA hat and a Carrie Lake for U.S. Senate t-shirt to help celebrate my birthday. I really know that. So today I am officially, once again, 29 years old. But I somehow have 55 years of experience under my belt. No, but really, in all seriousness, there's no place I would rather be than right here with all of you on this day, and with the greatest president in the history of this country, Donald J. Trump. I'm worried we're going to wear out our energy. We got to save some of this because the man you're here to see is coming up next. So I have to tell you a story, okay? This is actually the second birthday that I have spent with President Trump. On this day 3 years ago, I spent my 52nd birthday in New York City. Now, of course, I'd met President Trump before. In my previous life, when I was working in the news, I had the privilege of interviewing President Trump when I was one of the last remaining fair and honest journalists. But this time, a few years ago, I got to connect with him for the first time in my new life in politics, and it was an experience I'll never forget. I was at Trump Tower. I took that famous golden escalator up. I hopped onto a golden elevator and shot up to the 26th floor of the beautiful Trump Tower in Manhattan. And as I was looking out on that skyline, much of which, contrary to a well-known politician who said, "You didn't build that," Donald Trump had indeed built that, a big part of the skyline of New York. And I thought to myself, so is this what Frank Sinatra sang about in New York, New York? This was Trump Tower, this was New York City. If we could make it there, you can make it anywhere. Jeff and I were there. We were led into his office, and behind a large, beautiful desk sat a larger-than-life Donald J. Trump. He welcomed us. He welcomed us, and immediately we launched into a recap, and he remembered a recap of a Turning Point event that we had both attended about a month earlier. And he talked about the huge, loud, incredible, warm applause that I had received when he called out my name from you, the people of Arizona. And he said to me, I'll never forget it. He said, Carrie, that wasn't a poll that you hire a pollster to do. That was a real poll. That was the people telling me who they support. Right? And then he began asking a few questions about how the campaign was going, polling, about policy. And I'll be honest, I was able to answer all of them with no problem, except one. A very important question that took Jeff and me completely off guard. And my husband, I don't know where he is. Are you out here, Jeff, somewhere? Come here, hon. Say hi to Jeff, please. Do you remember what the president asked us?
He asked us how long we'd been married.
That's what stumped us. Jeff forgot. And to Jeff's benefit, I also forgot. Now, you know, we turned to each other and we started counting and doing the math, and we came up with the figure 23 years. So we'll never get that wrong again, will we? I love you. I love this man. Thanks, hon. 3 weeks ago, Jeff and I celebrated our 26th anniversary. It feels like the first year, doesn't it? So let me get through this story. So what was supposed to be a 15-minute meeting had turned into an hour-long conversation with Donald Trump. At the end of it all, the president rose, he shook our hands, he told me he would support me and endorse me. It was the greatest birthday gift I'd ever received. Really great. So, long story long, I spent my 52nd birthday in New York City with the greatest president. I'm spending my 55th birthday here in Glendale with all of you and the greatest president. And Arizona, I look forward to spending my 56th birthday in Washington, D.C. with the greatest president representing you, the greatest people in the entire country. Decades ago, like many of you, on my 18th birthday, I registered as a Republican, inspired by a man named President Ronald Reagan, whose very powerful words still guide us. I think one of his most famous speeches, he said, "You and I have a rendezvous with destiny. We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth, or we'll sentence them to take the last step into 1,000 years of darkness." That speech was called A Time for Choosing. And that's exactly where we stand at this moment. We're at a crossroads and we have a choice right now. We either save this country and our best days are ahead of us, or we plunge into 1,000 years of darkness. Guys, we're gonna save this country. Ronald Reagan spoke those words on behalf, did you know this? He spoke those words on behalf of Arizona's favorite son, Senator Barry Goldwater, a man whose Senate seat I would be honored to fill. I really would. The media, you know, back then the media called him extreme. The media called Reagan extreme. They called Trump extreme. They call me extreme. And they call each and every one of you extreme. Yep. Because we are on to their corrupt system. Can you imagine? Can you imagine calling a middle-aged mom like me a far-right extremist? She said, "We love it." You know what? So far, I have been right about everything. And the only extreme